Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. And at this time, I'll ask you to stand for a moment of silent reflection, please.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Please be seated. Would the clerk please do roll call?
Thank you, Warden, and good morning. Councillor Burrows,
Present.
Councillor Doncaster, Councillor Donahue,
Here.
Councillor Emo,
Present.
Councillor Giardini,
Present.
Councillor Grills, Councillor Hodnott, Councillor Yon, Councillor Lynch,
Here.
Councillor Mayville,
Present.
Warden Murphy,
Here.
Councillor Nicholson, Councillor Proctor,
Here.
Councillor Service,
Here.
Councillor Schulist,
Guilty MD so.
Councillor Watt,
Present.
Councillor Weir.
Here.
Thank you, and we have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? I'm seeing none. I have a resolution that the minutes of the County Council meeting of February 25th, 2026 be adopted. May I have a mover and seconder to get it on the floor, please? Moved by the member from North Elgin and Wilberforce, second by the member from Laurentian Hills. Were there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Good morning, members of council, staff, and those joining us today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging yesterday's weather conditions. Due to a significant freezing rain event, council and committee meetings were canceled and rescheduled for today in the interest of safety. I want to thank council and staff for their flexibility and professionalism in pivoting quickly under challenging circumstances. I'd also like to extend sincere appreciation to those staff members who were able to arrive safely and provide coverage, including our roads crews, long-term care employees, provincial offences staff, community services staff, paramedics, the Heart Hub team, and administration. Essential services continue regardless of weather. I also recognize that many employees live in rural and remote areas where travel conditions can vary greatly, and I appreciate those who are able to pivot to remote work when necessary. Your teamwork and understanding are greatly appreciated. March 8th was International Women's Day, which is an important opportunity to celebrate women whose generosity, leadership, and resilience strengthens our communities every day. This year's theme, Give to Gain, reflects a truth we see across Renfrew County. When women share their time, knowledge, and compassion, we all benefit. Whether through mentorship, public service, community building, or quiet acts of support, women create opportunities that ripple far beyond themselves. I'm inspired by the women who lead with purpose and lift others as they rise, helping to build a more inclusive, vibrant, and hopeful future for everyone. We are fortunate in Renfrew County to be supported by so many women who lead with dedication, compassion, and resilience, and I thank them for the impact that they make every day. As we move into March break, I want to extend best wishes to families, students, and visitors enjoying some time off. Whether you are traveling, participating in local programs, or enjoying the outdoors, I encourage everyone to do so safely and responsibly. There are many activities available across the county of Renfrew, and I hope residents and visitors alike take the opportunity to explore what our communities have to offer. With St. Patrick's Day also approaching, I wish everyone a safe and enjoyable celebration. This time of year is a reminder of the strong sense of community, diversity, and connection we share across the county. And I encourage celebrations that are respectful, inclusive, and safe for all. On March 17th, we are all a little Irish. I would also like to take a moment to thank the many volunteers who worked throughout the winter to keep our trail system open, particularly our local snowmobile clubs. Despite challenging weather conditions, their commitment and countless volunteer hours ensured that residents and visitors could safely enjoy our trails. Their efforts support recreation, tourism, and local businesses, and they play a vital role in our winter economy. On behalf of County Council, thank you for your dedication and hard work. On the heels of those comments, it is equally important to acknowledge that we continue to reinforce our why statement across the corporation to cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, providing our community with meaningful support and innovative solutions. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future, and that concludes my address for this session of County Council. Thank you, and I look forward to the business of today's meeting. And with that, this morning we don't have any delegations. Correspondence, please.
All correspondence has been forwarded to the appropriate committee to be dealt with.
Thank you. And now I will very slowly turn it over to Vice Chair Lynch. You're all good? This was late breaking news that Councillor Lynch would be presenting this, so go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole Operations, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under Information, 1, Transportation Plan. Would you like us to read the resolution to that, Warden, or just give the highlight?
No, it's just information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 2 is Ministry of Transportation Collaborative Highway 17 projects. 3 was trail name former CN line. The 2026 recreational trail work plans and budgets. Bear with me as I turn the page. 5 was request for quotations and tenders. 6 under resolutions was nation building opportunity for highways 11 and 17. And of course, we know that we were in Renfrew a couple weeks ago to hear the announcements from our local MPP. Number 7 was rehabilitation of County Road 1, River Road, and County Road 20, which is Castleford Road. Under bylaws, we had the bylaw enforcement assignment. 9 was trail wayfinding and commercial signage policy. 10 was alterations to county roads and structures. 11 was property acquisition, 2105 Foymount Road, all which is respectfully submitted by Chair Glenn Tochester and our committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. We'll go back. Item number 1, comments, questions, concerns. Keeping an eye on the screen as well. Number 2.
So that date has been set, Mark, I just mentioned number 1, the date was set, right?
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, the date was set. Yeah. Thank you. Number 2. 3. Seeing none. 4. Number 5. Number 6. Number 7. Number 8. Number 9. Did you have something, the member from Greater Madawaska, did you have something for 8? Or were you just moving your hand?
I was just moving the screen down following the proceedings.
Okay. Number 10. And finally, number 11. And the report as a whole. Seeing none. All in, could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Warden.
Thank you. All in favor? Wonderful. No, he was going to, I got it. And now I'll turn it over to Chair Bros with the Development and Property Report, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we are Committee of a Whole Development and Property wish to report and recommend as follows. Resolution number 1 is the partnership agreement between Federation of Canadian Municipalities Growing Canada's Community Canopies Fund, resolution number DP-CC-26-02-17, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve entering into a partnership agreement with the Algonquins of Pequawknagon First Nation, LP, for the purpose of supporting an application to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Growing Canada's Community Canopies Fund, and that County Council authorize the issuance of a formal letter of support confirming the County of Renfrew's participation as a municipal partner in the application. Background is attached. Item number 2 is Enterprise Renfrew County proposed fee for service model. Resolution number DP-CC-26-02-19, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt Enterprise Renfrew County's proposed fee-for-service model with a 3-year phased-in implementation schedule for inclusion in the user fee bylaw. Once again, background is attached. Item number 3 is the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association Draft 2026 Budget, Resolution number DP-CC-26-02-20, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association Draft 2026 Budget as presented. Item number 4 is the Whitewater Region Industrial Park Expansion and Crown Land Acquisition Critical Mineral Development Opportunity. Resolution number DP-CC-26-02-24, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council support the Township of Whitewater Region's request that the County of Renfrew assume a lead role in advancing the Crown Land submission and acquisition process of approximately 90 acres to enable industrial growth, and further, that County Council direct staff to lead the regional promotion and marketing of the subject lands, including the associated critical mineral deposit, in support of long-term economic development across the county. Again, the background is attached. And that is the report, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. We'll go back to item number 1. Member from Evanston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. I wonder if that could be severed and considered separately, please.
Sure can. Number 2. Number 3. And finally, number 4. And I'm pretty excited that there's already been some movement on this. Member from Renfrew, please.
My apologies. Number 3, I'm just wondering, part of this is our partnership with the City of Pembroke, and they often have struggles during budget understanding some of the budget and their interaction with the county. So have they approved this?
That's a very good question. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. So part of the process that goes through the City of Pembroke first, then comes to us. So yes, they have approved this. Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary member from Renfrew.
Thank you. I did see that in the report, but sometimes things get held up on their end, so thanks.
Thank you for that. And number 4. The report as a whole except for number 1. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Madam Warden.
Thank you. All in favor? All right, and we'll go back to number 1. Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. And I do note within the report, there is a sentence at the very bottom of the first paragraph under the heading background that does incorporate the conversation, or one of the things that I injected into the conversation at the committee meeting a couple of weeks past. But I was under the expectation that before approval, we would understand what region would be defined as. I wonder if that information is available to us today to give careful consideration to this.
All right, Mr. Davis is going to tackle that.
No, thank you again, Warden, and through you. So we did receive confirmation today from the Algonquin-Spikwak-Nagon. So I'll read what they say. So to be precise, the detailed tree inventory and planting recommendation will be scoped to the Algonquin Reserve only. And then the inventory beyond that is not in the scope right now. So it's really specifically to the reserve area.
Thank you.
Thank you. And strangely, I had a conversation with somebody outside of the county of Renfrew talking about these particular applications. They're using region just so that they're not defining, like if in Pikwakanagan, if they sort of bled into my area or Kitchener or North Algonquin Wilberforce. So we just had that conversation yesterday during the ice storm. All right, so anything further on number 1? Could I have a mover, please, for number 1?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? Wonderful. And now, Mr. Bellamore.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and a good morning to County Council. So we have a recommendation that County Council adopt a bylaw to approve a 3-year collective agreement between the Canadian Union of Public Employees, CUPE Local 4425, and the Renfrew County Housing Corporation for the term January 1, 2026 to December 31, 2028, and that bylaw 143-24 be repealed.
Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder to get it on the floor, please? Moved by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Background, please, Greg.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Following the last closed session of council where we received a new mandate, we met with the union on, I'm going to miss the date here, but we met them on February the 13th, Friday the 13th, I remember, and we successfully concluded our negotiations. They took it forward to their membership on the 19th of February, and it was ratified with their membership, so now it comes forward to County Council for ratification. It matches the terms that we had discussed in our closed session.
Yes, great work. Comments, questions, concerns, discussion? I see none. All in favor? Wonderful, and that carries. All right, so something a bit weird here. I have a resolution that council suspend the rules of procedure to allow for a closed item that is time sensitive and is not listed on the agenda. And further, that council acknowledges that previous direction has been provided on this matter and the suspension of the rules is necessary to address the matter within the required timelines. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Whitewater, second by the member from Renfrew. All in favor? Discussion? Sorry. Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I would note that, having read the report, I will leave this open. I certainly am very much in favor of the report that has been distributed, that was available on the Diligent platform. However, I'm hearing in the resolution that it is time sensitive, but there's nothing in the report that indicates why it's time sensitive. And I'm loath to set aside the rules. Like, we've agreed that these are the rules, these are the important rules that we should follow. Madam Warden, I'm sure you will recall at the very first Warden's address at the very first January meeting where you noted that you wanted to emphasize the importance of adhering to our procedural bylaw during County Council and committee meetings. So certainly this is a special meeting that we are supposed to only be speaking to the issues that were part of the agenda. Likewise, even outside of that Section 4, I think, of the procedural bylaw, there is also a requirement for notice, I think to be 3 days, perhaps it's 2 days. And as I'd indicated in the closed report, on the merits of the discussion or the consideration itself, I am disposed towards being in support, but I'm at a loss to understand why this is time sensitive. There's nothing in the report. Having said that also, I note that it appears that perhaps the director might be able to provide that. I would strongly recommend or encourage when in fact there are these late-breaking reports that come to County Council that are outside, or committees that are outside of our procedural bylaw terms, that within the report it indicate why it is important that this be considered in a timely fashion. Ultimately, I'll reiterate what we discussed actually at our last meeting, wherein that was one of the advantages to moving to 2 county council meetings per month, was that some of these issues that were of time sensitivity, and I note certainly within the Health Committee, often the SAWs, the service accountability agreements, for some reason the county was, or the province is unaware of the timing of our meetings. That's one of the things that we were supposed to be able to accommodate with 2 meetings per month. So in setting aside our actual ground rules, that's not a light thing to consider. In this instance, it appears that Mr. Davis may be disposed towards providing that information. I know that this is a very long-standing issue, so I'm bereft of having a grasp of why this is time-sensitive. But in future, if that could be part of the report, if we are to consider suspending the rules, I think it's important to understand why we would be suspending the rules.
So before I turn this over to Mr. Davis for an answer, I'm going to say that the only reason this is a special meeting of County Council is because of the weird wording of our procedural bylaw that did not allow for a full virtual meeting yesterday. Myself, all the chairs for this afternoon, Craig, Gwen, and in fact Daniel would have had to be in the room yesterday. And in order to facilitate bringing this meeting forward in 48 hours, and a lot of work on behalf of staff on Tuesday morning, a lot of emails, a lot of phone calls, a lot of texts, and a lot of reading of the procedural while my head was spinning on the other end of the phone. There was no other mechanism to have a meeting today other than to call it a special meeting. I think that our procedural needs to be looked at very seriously, and I agree with you. For a special meeting, you are not supposed to add anything to the agenda. However, knowing that this is a special meeting only because of a significant weather event, and nobody should have been on the roads yesterday, and we could have made this so much easier on ourselves. I had many county councillors reach out and say, why don't we just have a virtual meeting? And that why don't we suspend the rules? Well, we couldn't do either of those, which is ridiculous in that circumstance. So with that, I will turn this over to Mr. Davis, but had this been yesterday, we could have just added this closed session.
Just on that point, though, had this been yesterday, we wouldn't even be talking about this. Because the actual document that we're going to see in our closed session, we received yesterday afternoon, probably about the time that our council meeting would be wrapping up. So it wouldn't have been added to yesterday's agenda since we only received it yesterday afternoon. We are, in fact, only considering this conversation today because of the caprices of Mother Nature and the challenge of meeting yesterday.
But we could have added it to corporate services. Would it have been better? Probably not, because it would have had to come to county anyway. However, again, yesterday's corporate service meeting wouldn't have been a special meeting, and therefore it could have been added to the agenda. Anyway, Mr. Davis, do you want to answer the timeliness question, please?
Thank you, Ordinance, through you. So fully acknowledge that last minute addendums to any committee or county council is recognized by staff. We do not take this lightly at all. It was at the request from the City of Pembroke, and again, without going into details, that this be looked at before a certain date, because there's other things going on within these, within this, I say, possible purchase. So it was at the request, not from the staff of the County of Renfrew, but the request from the staff of the City of Pembroke because of the nature of some of the ongoing negotiations.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we got notice of this yesterday morning, not yesterday afternoon. Member from Renfrew, please.
So I understand and agree with my friend's comments, and what I would propose is that there's only a certain amount of information that Mr. Davis can offer in open. So what I would propose to my friend is we go into closed, and if we ascertain that there's not enough weight on being in closed, we come right back out of it without discussing this issue and save it for the next meeting, or add it. I don't know if we can add corporate services in closed, but anyway, maybe that's a compromise that would suit everybody. And offer comfort that this is not something that we do lightly.
Agreed. My apologies. The CAO alerted me to this at about 10 o'clock yesterday morning. It only went out as an email to the chairs yesterday afternoon because staff felt that time is of the essence. But I see what you're saying. Member for Bambaston Bromley.
I'm certainly am prepared on Councillor Emo's suggestion to do that. What I was suggesting and very strongly recommending, because the report is already available, there are two components to this report. One is there a validity to setting aside the rules of procedure? And those are not to be taken lightly. The second is the merits of the issue. In moving forward in this type of situation, if in fact the report is going to be made available before we actually go into closed session, then I think it would behoove us to include in the report what those time sensitivities are. I don't think that would have been a substantially large thing to have had a paragraph that said, here is why there is an urgency behind that. I do note, though it was not in the report, when we did this, I think 2 weeks ago, when we were considering, I think that was in open session, that was the culvert in Killaloo Haggerty Richards, that we had special permission from the DFO that typically is not granted. And if in fact we did not consider that at that time, we were going to have to defer that for a year. That made eminent sense. Mr. Perkins did apprise me of that before we went into closed. Right now, we're going to have to set aside the rules and go into closed to determine if there's a validity of setting aside the rules and going into closed. If in fact that had been in the report of what the urgency is, it would have facilitated, I think, a more seamless process.
Member from Renfrew, please.
I agree. Democracy sometimes and procedure is cumbersome, and I totally agree with your comments. And I think this is the best workaround we can come up with at this time, subject to hearing what's going on. So yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly about the need to be a little more fulsome. And again, the previous comments about moving the meeting around, so obviously our procedural bylaw needs some work. It's I hate to say this word, it's a living document, but it always has to be revised. So yes, I agree with you fully.
I did not fully recognize until Tuesday morning how much red tape we've put on ourselves with this procedural bylaw. All right, so the consideration is to suspend the rules. I do have a mover and seconder. All in favor? And that carries. Oh, noted. One opposed. So I have a resolution, be it resolved that council move into a closed session pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended for the purpose of a meeting or part of a meeting may be closed to the public if the subject matter being considered is the security or property of the municipality or local board, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, International Drive. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Arnprior, second by the member from Laurentian Valley. All in favor? And we are enclosed at 10:01 a.m. Welcome back, everyone. So matters arising from closed. Council received an update on International Drive and provided staff direction. We don't have any reports from external boards. We have no notice of motion. Do we have any written motions? I see none. Are there any announcements? Dan and then Peter. Sorry, member from Iron Prayer.
Thank you, Warden. It's under announcements / new business. I'd like to thank the Warden and our DMP for writing the letter to the Minister of Transportation for the Arnprior Airport, as well as the Pembroke Airport. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Member from Renfrew.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to just remind people that the closing date of March 20th for the Sports for All grants, the March 20th is the deadline, and we last year received 50 applicants, and this year we have slightly less than that, so we're always interested in ensuring that we want to have our young people and everybody else, frankly, to be the best they can be. And to do that, we need to invest in the people, we need to invest in the teams, and we need to invest in the infrastructure, and that's what this fund does. So I would encourage all municipalities, all of you here, to reach out to any groups you think might benefit, and they can go to the website and pull down the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Great reminder. Any other announcements? New business. I have a resolution that the bylaws listed be deemed read 3 times and passed. Could I have a mover and seconder, please? Member from Laurentian Hills, second by the member from Arnprior. All in favor? I have a resolution that bylaw 21-26, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on March 12, 2026, now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Madawaska Valley, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. All in favor? And finally, I have a resolution that County Council adjourn at 10:44 a.m. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Arnprior. All in favor? And we are adjourned, and we will resume with community services at 11 a.m. Sorry.
Is that for this one?
Oh, sorry, for Renfrew County Housing. Right. Yeah, sorry, but is 11 o'clock okay? Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome back. I'd like to call to order this meeting for the Renfrew County Housing Corporation Board. Ms. Van Starkenburg, has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? I see none. Adoption of minutes. Recommendation that the minutes of the annual general meeting of June 12th, 2025 be approved. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Renfrew, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Are there any errors, omissions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. We have no delegations and presentations. There are no items of communications. Item 7 are the consent reports. The first consent report is from the Renfrew County Housing Corporation consent report. There are 3 items there. The first one is the Community Housing Capital Projects update, and the manager of real estate, Mr. Kevin Raditz, is here if you have any questions for him. Seeing none, item 2 is a structural remediation for 150 Elizabeth Street in Pembroke. Mr. Raditz, did you want to address that at all, or if there's any questions? Member from Renfrew?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I fully understand this. My recollection is this is a tower, and by removing the balconies, that shouldn't weaken the structure because the balconies are not extensions like an I-beam that runs the whole length of the building out to the balcony. It's just an add-on that could be hived off. Is that my understanding?
Mr. Raditz, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So just to confirm that this particular complex, it's like a wood structure building, and so these current balconies are like of that cantilever concept. So hence, that's why they are being removed. So essentially, we'll be removing the patio door and then the balcony itself, and closing the wall. And of course, adjacent to the existing patio door, there's like a bay window, but the patio door will be actually removed. And in this particular building, I think there's 21 of them. But we will be, on the ground floor, we will be keeping the patio doors intact on the ground floor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Member from North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and maybe through you to Mr. Raditz. So the removal of these balconies, are they being used for storage? Do residents really utilize them, or do you see where residents may be looking for some other form of ability to get outside and enjoy some fresh air?
Mr. Raditz, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Your question to how these balconies are used by the tenants. If you ever to drive by, sometimes you will see, barbecues out there, a variety of other items that the tenants may have. Sometimes they're not used. Sometimes they are used for storage. Sometimes they may be just used for sitting out on a lawn chair type of thing. But because of the nature, like the structure of these units, there has been some significant deterioration over the years. And that's, of course, some of this was identified in the BCA that we did last year. And so we did some costing to renovate the balcony or restore it. It's probably an average cost of about $10,000 to $11,000 per unit, whereas the actual removal, it's about around $6,000 to have it removed. Then, of course, we're addressing the issue of no future maintenance on these balconies.
Okay, Warden, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, would there be an opportunity, instead of taking away the patio doors, as my colleague just said, for some fresh air, doing Juliet balconies? So just Juliet around the door.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So to answer that question, when we're removing the patio doors, what we found, because of the deterioration, there's some damage done to the actual wall due to water infiltration. So hence, when we're removing the actual patio door, we're replacing some wood structure and, of course, insulating it and enclosing it completely. And there is adjacent to the patio door, there's like a bay window there, so at least they'll have some view out there.
Yeah, Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the board. Just wanted to make a few comments with respect to this item. Do want to really recognize that this is a change to the tenant's living space when the buildings deteriorate to the point that they're at now, and we have to remove the balconies. I know that we've been seeing this in succession. Our last building was in Bonnechere Valley where we had this issue, and certainly recognize that it is an impact to the tenants, and we're doing our best as staff to look at making the most financially reasonable decisions that we can to make sure that these buildings are in a safe space. We have, done a lot of outreach in terms of communication, early communication. I know our staff were at the building last week, and there was some suggestion from tenants around maybe putting a gazebo up at the property just to, give a little bit of that outdoor space. So we're evaluating the feasibility of that right now. Thank you.
That sounds good. Member from Whitewater?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to say I support the approach. I think it's the best of the worst, given the limited funds that are available and the significant costs that we're going to be facing based on the BCA that was done last year. I have an additional question on item 3, if we're prepared to move to item 3, Chair.
Before we move on, I think there's still one more question on item 2. Member from Arn Prior, please.
Thank you, Chair. To Kevin, we did this at Russell a couple of years ago with the balcony, same way, correct?
Thank you, through you, Chair. That's correct, yes.
And it worked well, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Oh, on screen, member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Just wondering, with the removal of these balconies, does that affect any of our emergency exits or fire suppression systems that would be required? I'm just trying to think on the safety side of things.
Mr. Raditz?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. No, just to confirm, that doesn't have an impact on any fire life safety components in these complexes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on item 2? No? Okay. Moving on to item 3. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was just hoping to get just a little bit more insight on the Build Canada Homes concept in terms of its applicability. My understanding was that it was for really large builds, and I want to use the number of 1,000 is pretty much the entry level kind of concept for this. Is that true, or is this something that could be considered by some of the affordable housing builds that we're seeing being contemplated in the communities right now?
Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So you're correct in the sense that it was meant to be for large metropolis areas for 1,000 more units than what we're talking about here, but we're always going to try, though. When we see these grant opportunities, we'll put an application in. We did put an application in just on the off chance we can be successful.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on any items of the consent report? No, seeing none. Okay. A recommendation that the consent reports be received as information. Can I have a mover and second? Moved by the member from North Algona-Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. All in favor? Carried. Next is the discussion report, and I'll hand that over to Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair. And through you to the board, we have 2 items in this report. May I go ahead and read the first recommendation, Chair?
Please.
Thank you. So through you, item number 1 is Eastern Ontario Affordable Housing Pipeline. Recommendation that the Renfrew County Housing Corporation Board of Directors authorize the warden to send a letter to CADCO formally expressing the County of Renfrew's support for the Eastern Ontario Affordable Housing Pipeline and the regional replicable approach to affordable housing delivery.
Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Arn Prior, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Background, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the board. So this item does, of course, relate to item number 3 that we just spoke about in the consent report. So on January 30th, there was an affordable housing symposium in Almond that was hosted by CADCO. The manager of community housing, Jennifer Dabrowski, attended on behalf of both community services and development and property to bring back some information. So committee will be aware of CADCO. They're a non-profit real estate developer focused on expanding affordable housing in Canada. We've had them here in Chambers before and reviewing some initiatives with the development and property team. At the symposium, they were looking at designing a replicable model that could be adopted across multiple municipalities. And they're seeking to be able to lead an application for Build Canada Homes that would sort of meet the criteria because Build Canada Homes is looking for multiple units. They're hoping that they can consolidate support from multiple smaller Eastern Ontario municipalities to move forward with a consistent design and approach that would have a new number of units across across multiple municipalities. And perhaps maybe I'll just, if you don't mind, Chair, if maybe Mr. Davis would like to add some context as well. Thank you.
Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So the idea with CADCO representing this group representing a number of municipalities kind of bypasses that needing to be a big, large metropolis to apply to these grants. We have this opportunity to coordinate and recognize that there's small individual municipalities and counties that have these housing initiatives, 1 or 2, but not big enough for the Canada Builds. This way we can kind of amalgamate with Eastern Ontario, with CADCO, to see if we can have something together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Are there any questions on that? Oh, member from Whitewater, please. I can't see you there.
I'm hiding. I noticed that the language talked about municipality partners, 21 municipalities. And later on it talks about not-for-profit, coalition of municipalities, not-for-profit housing developers and providers and private builders. Does that include not-for-profit developers, such as what we're seeing in some of our rural communities right now? Or would their project have to become a municipally sponsored project in order to be considered in these numbers?
Through you, Chair. So CADCO is a not-for-profit developer also. And so it's going to be a yes to that answer. They're looking at everyone and anyone to have that big pool of properties that could be used. And it doesn't have to be a municipally owned and maintained parcel and project.
Okay. Supplementary? No? Okay. Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you. I look at the letter, and I'm wondering if there's the possibility of adding a 4th bullet point in the first 3 that talks about the MOU you've signed, the County of Renfrew and RCHC has signed with the town of Renfrew with regards to the cooperation and the forgiving of fees. And I believe you've had some other conversations with other municipalities about doing something similar. So I think that is a strong point to add in there as to what we've done, because that fully aligns with what the province has been saying as well with Bill, whatever it was, to build faster, quicker, smarter, more economically, without any provincial money, hoping that something happens, that bill. So anyway, thank you.
Through you, Chair, so thank you very much. We can add that bullet in, and CATCO is very much aware of our partnership and MOU we have with the town of Renfrew, and they've used that model to other jurisdictions to say how we are partnering with local municipalities and private developers to move things forward.
Thank you. Would that be a friendly amendment to the letter, or do we just say as amended? Okay. A member from Renfrew?
Thank you, and I certainly hope that that stimulates somebody to do something. We've been waiting on a number of partners who've driven through. We're seeing a drive-through where they come and talk to us, look at what we're doing, and then bugger off somewhere else. So I'm hoping somebody stays once. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other member from Whitewater, please? And then Arn Pryor.
Thanks, Chair. I didn't realize the letter wasn't signed yet, so now that he's made an amendment. I'm wondering, I'm thinking about a project I'm aware of in Whitewater Region where we have a not-for-profit organization attempting to make affordable housing. Could they either be forwarded this letter, CC'd on this letter, or somehow included in this to make sure they are formally made aware of this as an opportunity for them to work directly with CATCO?
Mr. Davis, please.
Yeah, and thank you, and through you, Chair. I think the best solution for this, in this situation, we have this letter on file, like ready to go, a friendly amendment. I think it'd be best that we send this information off to this not-for-profit in your area to make sure they're aware of CATCO's initiative. That'd be the easiest solution.
Okay, member from Arn Pryor, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure what other municipalities are involved, but CATCO has come to Arn Pryor, identified the properties within Arn Pryor that could be used for this, and then they're put it out to the public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? None online? No, I'll call a member from Whitewater? No? Okay, I'll call a vote. All in favor? Carried. Item 2, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the board. The second item is proposal for strategic partnership to support vulnerable seniors through integrated housing and hospital-to-home services. May I go ahead and read the recommendation, Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. The recommendation that the Renfrew County Housing Corporation Board of Directors direct staff to review the proposal from Renfrew Victoria Hospital and St. Francis Memorial Hospital and report back to the next committee meeting with options for consideration, including how the request could align with and build upon the county's existing community living partnership and housing priorities.
Thank you. Could I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by the warden, seconded by the member from Admiston Bromley. Background, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the board. This is something that both Mr. Davis and myself, as well as the manager of community housing, have been involved with some initial conversations. So Renfrew Victoria Hospital and St. Francis Memorial Hospital did reach out to us to express their interest in looking at how a strategic partnership could be formed to support vulnerable seniors. They have identified that many of their priorities and values do align with those of the Renfrew County Housing Corporation, and as well as the Corporation of the County of Renfrew. They're certainly noting some challenges around, patient discharge and indicating to us, as this committee is aware, that many patients are needing to remain in hospital or be admitted to hospital for social reasons or lack of a suitable, affordable, safe housing, not necessarily medical reasons. So they are looking to partner with us. They are very interested in some of the initiatives that the County of Renfrew is working on. They mentioned the Generation Project and other housing initiatives that we are in the process of discussing and gathering information on. But in the near term, they're proposing securing designated housing units in Barry's Bay and Renfrew to improve the service coordination and response and be able to help with utilizing the hospital beds, obviously more efficiently, but also deploying some of their support staff to support those residents in those units. So again, this is early days, seeking direction from this board to, further explore what this may look like. Certainly with in line with the county's why and the MESA approach, we're really interested in collaborative partnerships that can better support individuals that are experiencing complex, medical and social needs, and also to better, fill some of the gaps that we're seeing within the social safety net. So looking to, for direction, if we can proceed with further exploring some pathways that may allow us to work more collaboratively with the hospitals and have an agreement that would be mutually beneficial for both organizations.
Thank you. Are there any comments? Warden, please. And then member from...
Thank you, Chair. I love this, but you know what I love more? That it came from the hospitals to us, that they want to partner, that they're committed. I think it's wonderful. Very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with my colleague that I think this is a fantastic opportunity, especially for, individuals who are in hospital who don't have a place to go after their medical conditions are addressed, but they don't have anybody at home or where they can get support once they leave the hospital. And this, I think, is just another great initiative where that level of care could be provided close to the hospital, but not take up a hospital bed. Thank you.
Yes, very important points. Member from Whitewater, then Renfrew, please.
I'll echo the last 2 points. And I love the fact that it's represented at 2 of the hospitals. I'd love to see this expand to include consideration for Arnprior's Hospital, Pembroke's Hospital, and even Deep Rivers Hospital. I think besides the generations option that they're considering want to share, this issue is something that all the hospitals in their geriatric alternate level of care, they're working with long-term care homes already. This is just a natural progression, and I think a perfect partnership that we would like to consider. And I'd throw a third wheel in there, and I notice we don't have the chief present, but the remote monitoring systems that our paramedics run, I think 8,000, I can't remember the number, but there's a number of remote monitoring systems that are already being run by our paramedics and being run by the hospitals. This may also offer an opportunity to ensure remote monitoring is available in our facilities for these types of patients in partnership with the hospitals. So I think a great opportunity. I would seize upon it. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't remember who was next. Was it Renfrew? Renfrew and then Admiston Bromley.
Thank you. Glad to see this. I know that when Renfrew Victoria Hospital conducted some interviews, the new CEO, this was one of the conversations that we had, was the struggles with moving some of the people off the second and third floor of Renfrew Victoria Hospital, and also knowing some of the people in the community that were not quite safe at home, but were hanging on. There was also some conversation about some of the people that were overhoused, meaning one person in larger areas. So it would meet a lot of their criteria to lessen some of the glut in the housing market at the same time. So glad to see it. And there was an extended conversation about, as my friend from Whitewater has said, about utilizing some of the remote monitoring and tying it in with the geriatric division of community mental health as well. So I think slowly their system is responding to the needs. And I should note that I think the Renfrew Victoria Hospital has a very healthy relationship with Renfrew Health, which I believe is looking to invest some of their funding in the community. So this might be a win-win for everybody. Thank you.
A member from Admiston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to follow up a little bit because certainly with long-term care, ALC has been a term or an acronym, alternate level of care. But if I'm reading this carefully, it seems that this is, I don't know if it would be a parallel group or a subset, because there is a line in here specifically that it is not due to medical needs. So I don't know precisely what that means. Ultimately, this is someone that I would perceive from the report that have now recovered from whatever medical issue that they were admitted to hospital. So ultimately, just in kind of following up on Councillor Nicholson's comments, I don't know if these are necessarily people that are needing those medical supports. At least the report is written such that this is a slightly different group or a subset, as I had said. Is that accurate? Because ultimately, through the community paramedicine program, we have had supports that are being offered, and even outside of the long-term care community paramedicine, there is the generalized community paramedicine program that exists as well. So is that accurate that this is simply the housing component that is driving this particular ALC?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Donahue and to the board. So with respect to the question, I think what was proposed here is around some of our mutual clients that would be in deep financial need, but also social need and have some medical complexities. So certainly for us as the RCHC to enter into a partnership, it would have to fit with the criteria that, you know, they're eligible based on income and asset thresholds for community housing and rent geared to income housing. And we do see this regularly now as a gap that individuals may be in hospital and they may be treated for some of their medical needs. So technically their medical needs are met, but they really like to be discharged to homelessness or with not a place is not appropriate in terms of that sort of continuity of stability and wellness. So I think, you know, and just to add a few other comments, I think some appreciate great comments from the board, and I've made lots of notes. I will share that, you know, when speaking with the hospital CEO, they were mentioning that, of course, it's about $1,300 a day to keep a person in hospital. And so looking at just in general, is there better ways for the agencies to partner together when there are, you know, intersecting, you know, tenants and patients that we are all supporting in our various different sectors. And certainly as far as just Councillor Nicholson had made a comment about other hospitals, we're certainly, you know, if we're able to form a partnership and do it as a pilot, that maybe that would lead to some other partnerships moving forward. And perhaps, Chair, as well, I know Mr. Davis may want to add a few comments if you don't mind, as he was part of the discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I think this is, to echo a few comments, a great opportunity to see what we can do with a partner with this one hospital, to see we can have that workflow through or the flow through of individuals in the discharge process. And as Director Patrick mentioned, the cost to the hospital or healthcare system for somebody to be in the hospital of hundreds of dollars a day compared to maybe at one of our units at hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars for a month is a great savings in that way. But I think the wraparound care, like the MESA, like the community paramedicine, this could be the wraparound supports for people being discharged, not to be discharged at home and not having the supports, then coming back into the hospital system. So this is a great stopgap to move forward. And as a pilot, I think when we bring this forward, again, this early stages in this idea, when we bring it forward with an MOU or some sort of documentation, we'll work out the details of what this entails, whether it's a third wait list or some sort of idea like that. We'll bring this to the board for your agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Member from Madison Bromley, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you through you to Ms. Patrick and Mr. Davis. So ultimately, what I am hearing is that this is perhaps a gap in what we've identified, if I'm hearing correctly as well, though not exclusively. A lot of the folks that may be considered within this program are known to the community services staff members in one way or another, whether through Ontario Works, disability support, housing, etc. So this is a gap that is being recognized. And then ultimately, to speaking to Councillor Nicholson's comments, I think that in this regard, with kind of that joint RVH and St. Francis, once the details and the intersectionality is kind of put together on this, that template then probably can fairly readily roll out to the acute care sector right across the county. Is that?
Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Donahue. Just want to acknowledge, yes, definitely we're talking about, a population that we're working collaboratively with, and this board and committee will recall, I've spoken a lot about what we're trying to do to prevent inflow into the Heart Hub homelessness. So we're working, in a proactive model within our community housing buildings to prevent evictions and wrap supports around people earlier. This is another place that we see that we can prevent admissions into the Heart Hub of people coming out of hospital and into the intake center. So we're hoping that we can, prevent this gap and looking at all the ways that individuals are flowing into homelessness and how we can have some earlier supports and some diversion.
This is great. Great work. Any other questions or comments up there? A member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I think this goes to Ms. Patrick. How are we going to be identifying the people who need this? Is it going to be through the hospital's social programming, their outpatient programming? I'm just wondering, because there's going to be some people that fall into this category that have never had contact with social services probably before, that may need it, and I'm just wondering how we're identifying these people. Thank you.
Ms. Patrick?
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the board. So I will suggest that we have mechanisms in place to look at or to allow for the formation of various partnerships or possibilities. So as the board will recall, we did introduce a MESA prioritization pathway for individuals who are experiencing homelessness to be prioritized for housing services and supports. So that is something that staff look at after the provincial special priority placement on the wait list. Then we can go to the MESA prioritization before going to the chronological wait list. So, again, as Mr. Davis had mentioned, this is early days, but I do see that this is a gap that we're all seeing. I see that it's a fit with, individuals that we are working with in terms of trying to help them stabilize housing or end homelessness that are also experiencing medical complexity. So I think we do have the mechanisms in place right now that we could form a partnership that would, as I say, be beneficial to both organizations and the community.
Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you. I can assure that the Renfrew Victoria Hospital, I can't speak for St. Francis, has a very aggressive, and I mean that kindly, discharge planning process. And some of the people that might benefit from this program, they've reached out to any number of us in the community to assist with an amalgam of private and public support. So they, I think to the member, the answer to the member is that I think the conduit would be through the discharge planning department, which is pretty aware of all the systems and services in the county. So that's what I can offer them.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. So I have a recommendation. Where is my recommendation? Sorry. Recommendation that the discussion report be received as presented. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by the member from Killoughby Richards, seconded by the member from anybody? North Algona Wilberforce. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. There are no deferred reports. Are there any verbal reports? I have nothing for a closed session. Is there any new or other business? Seeing none, I will adjourn. Member from Adamston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I do apologize. I'm going to enter this at new and other business. It was should have been done at the minutes, but I just had a question. This probably, I guess, would be for Ms. Dombrowski. I noted in the minutes, so of course these are from almost a year ago, but that Councillor Weir was noted as being absent, notwithstanding that the duly appointed replacement for Councillor Weir was at that meeting. So I'm just kind of curious if in fact there is a replacement for any one of us that's in the room. Are we still deemed to be absent if in fact there is, let us say, the understudy is here in our stead?
Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. We were marking them absent when we knew they were coming back, when there was just an alternate in place. So we did mention both, usually on the reports with both.
Okay, and only because ultimately the numbers will never line up then. At the end of the day, if in fact there is an alternate, there are now 18 county councillors if one does the metrics.
Through you, Chair, again. It also causes us grief, to be honest, and diligent to mark you absent and discord that weighted vote. So it was easier to keep both in place and mark one absent.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? I have nothing for a closed session. New other business, I think we went through that. Could I get a recommendation that, move in a seconder that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held at the call of the chair? Moved by, I'm looking online here, member from Horton, seconded by the member from Deep River. All in favor? Carried. We are adjourned and we will resume with the Community Services Committee in 5 minutes. Yeah. We'll reconvene at 11:37, 12:15?
I'm good to work through lunch, guys. I'm at home.
12:15, we will adjourn. Thanks. Thank you. I'd like to, and welcome back. I'd like to call to order this Community Services Committee meeting, Thursday, March 12th, and it is 12:15. Ms. Van Starkenburg, has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? I see none. Adoption of minutes. I have a recommendation that the minutes of the February 11th, 2026 meeting be approved. Any comments, questions, additions? Seeing none, all in favor? Oh.
We haven't got a mover and a seconder yet.
Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Killaloe Hagley Richards, seconded by the member from Petawawa. All in favor? Carried. I thought I just zipped that one right through, but didn't get away with it. Okay, there are no delegations and presentations. Communications. There are 2 items there. Are there any questions on either one? The first one, Renfrew County District Health Unit, the drug strategy progress update. Got some pretty impressive numbers in there. Nobody online. Okay, item 2, the Ontario Municipal Social Services Association Bill 10 submission. Nope, seeing none. Recommendation that the communications be received as information. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Pembroke. All in favor? Carried. Consent reports. The first consent report is the Community Services Consent Report. There are 4 items there and then follow-up items. So are there any questions or comments on number 1? Human Services and Justice Coordinating Committee. Member from Renfrew, please.
Yeah, I'm glad to see this, and I'm wondering if one of the outcomes is that there are going to be more people in the community, especially with regards to John Howard Society. Sometimes people get a sentence where they have to perform community services or they have to do something like that. And John Howard has reached out to me a number of times. I've taken some people on sometimes, but I can't always because of my schedule. So is that one of the outcomes where it might allow more people from our community to serve their community services pieces and be of benefit to our community?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Imon. I'm not sure of the answer to that, but I can provide a little bit more context about this committee. So as noted, the Manager of Community Supports has been invited to join this committee that has been in operation. So she attended her first meeting earlier in 2026. And this table is part of a broader provincial network. So the chair of this local table is the representative for the provincial Human Services and Justice Coordinating Committee. So it's an organization, an initiative that is jointly ran by the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of the Solicitor General, and the Attorney General to look at systemic issues and bring forward recommendations around policy for individuals that are intersecting with the justice system and that have complex mental health, social health needs. So that's certainly some question that I can bring back to the manager, and I think her participation at the table will be really beneficial to the county in terms of the connection to this organization and this table, and being able to look at some of the gaps or some of the barriers for individuals that are intersecting with justice, health, and social services, and bring greater information both to this committee and move some recommendations up to the province as well. Thank you.
Are there any other? Member from Whitewater, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I appreciate that explanation. I was struggling trying to compare this table to the Renfrew County situation table. The participation seemed the same theme, dealing with the same type of complex patients, but based on what you just said, and I just wanted to verify it, it's more about the justice table is more about making recommendations to the province versus the situation table is more about physically dealing with individuals that live in our community.
Ms. Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Nicholson. That's correct. This table is more around looking at some of the systemic issues and some of the barriers within policy to overcome those issues and to bring those recommendations forward. The situation table is about local individuals in our community who are at an elevated risk for harm to themselves or others, and to put tangible supports around those individuals to reduce the risk.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments on number 1? No. Okay, number 2, the Renfrew County and District Early Years Table. A member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I think this is a great idea. I'm just wondering who was at the inaugural meeting, and in future meetings, is there going to be representation from the various municipalities, organizations like PMFRC? Just wondering who's involved. Thanks.
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Service. So this table is really all individuals who are working with children in the early years, like primarily around the 0 to 6 age group, have been invited. I can bring back a more comprehensive list who's at that table. I don't have it just right in front of me at the moment, but certainly many of the agencies that would be dealing with children in this cohort have been invited to participate. And as this is a new initiative that has been formed with our Manager of Children's Services and the manager at Renfrew County and District Health Unit, it's certainly an opportunity to invite any other agencies who may have been missed from this. I did see the minutes, and it's a pretty comprehensive list, but certainly I can bring that information back, and if there's others that should be at the table, we can definitely include them.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, item 3, Early Development Instrument. A member from North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just curious, when reading through this, it talks about the results being finalized and shared with the service manager to help identify community-level trends. So if a trend is indicated in a part of the county, is there funding available to provide some of these enhanced services and programming, or how does that service get delivered?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Brose. So the data that is shared with us as Service System Manager for Childcare in Early Years helps us form our Childcare in Early Years Service System Plan. We did include data in the plan that was presented here around what we are seeing with EDI, and it allows us, it does not come with additional funding, but it allows us to look at some areas of concern and how we may best be able to use Service Manager funding to support some of the needs that we're being seen in the community.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? A member from Renfrew, please.
Hi, sorry to bother you with this, but I see that you're going to be using a tool for the second half of the school year for the senior kindergarten. The recent Eastern Ontario United Way report on homelessness, they have included an instrument, and I can't remember the name of it, that measures the possibility of homelessness for children. It might be something that either your department individually or part of this group may want to take a look at, because it may then direct resources to those families. So anyway, I'll try and forward it to you as soon as I find it. I had a look at it a couple of weeks ago, but I'm not sure where I saved it.
In a safe place. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, item 4, Community Services Peer Review Committee. No, item 5, there are some follow-up items that from our last meeting that Ms. Patrick has followed up with. Are there any comments on any of those? Member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank staff for the follow-up. This is excellent, and really appreciated them. I wanted to talk about B and C individually, if I could. So just B, when it comes to the housing, and in this table it indicates that of the 1,000 units we have, essentially half of them are supporting individuals on OW and ODSP. With a wait list, in the wait list there's people on OW and ODSP. I know we don't have a prioritization of applicants that would delineate those which are getting these types of supports versus others. Is there a need for us to consider influencing that prioritization of the wait list to include priority for OW or ODSP individuals?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Nicholson, thank you for the question. It's certainly something that we can take back and give some consideration to. I can let this committee know that we are looking at moving forward with the implementation of a CORI. That's the new software for community housing, that there was a one-time cost that we reviewed in the budget that will allow us to have organize many things in our community housing, but certainly the wait list. And we are actively looking right now at how we are doing community housing waitlist management, and certainly happy to bring back some information to the next meeting or some recommendations around what that may look like. I can tell you that right now, like based on the chronicity, we have, a priority for special priority, which is provincially set for victims of intimate partner violence, and then the MESA prioritization list, which is individuals that are intersecting with homelessness, and then it goes to the chronological wait list. So certainly, open to this committee's thoughts and direction around some of those pieces about reorganization. It is something that we're certainly thinking about. One of our department's priorities is to support those in the deepest need, and that's something that we're looking at. How can we do that in a more effective way? How can we streamline and simplify some of the processes where individuals that are needing help with affordable rent or rent subsidies can be, through one system, and then can be prioritized effectively to get that help to the deepest needs.
That's perfect. And just to know that it's being considered it'll come, bring it back when it's appropriate. I leave it to you. But I think that's good. It also kind of highlights what are those wraparound services. How do you prioritize? If we have one childcare seat that you can subsidize at $12 a day, who should we be trying to make sure gets that seat if it's possible? This new software will probably help us with that. Excellent. If you're okay, Chair, I'll move on to C.
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. I wanted to, I acknowledge, I'll say up front that the data being presented to us is limited by the postal code versus geography of individual municipalities. So I take this list with a grain of salt in terms of, if you want to take a look at North Algona, Wilberforce, they're very fortunately on the right of both charts, I think by virtue of postal codes. But the data showing here really kind of highlighted, for me, I automatically had considered Pembroke to be the area of greatest need in the geographical boundaries of the County of Renfrew. But when you relook at this data per 1,000 individuals, it really is the town of Renfrew, significantly so. Which, just helps us again to look at prioritization and ensuring we're putting the resources where there is the greatest need, and not necessarily the need that pops up to the front of our email at the day. Anyway, that was my observation from this. I'm just curious if there's other members of council that any thoughts or considerations when they saw this portion of the report.
Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Now that you mentioned the postal code method of doing this chart, just to remind everybody that there's 900 homes and about 2,500 people that live in Petawawa that are considered Pembroke residents due to postal code. So I wonder if that's a factor in this calculation as well.
I'm sure it is. I know that Laurentian Hills, half of us are in Deep River postal code, so whenever there are surveys done, they're always skewed because it's almost impossible to do otherwise. Are there any other questions or comments on this? Member from Edmonton Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to go back to B. I'm just kind of curious through you to Ms. Patrick. On so between OW, ODSP, there are 550 of the units. I'm wondering how many of the clientele of OW and ODSP that the Venn diagram describes as being within our community housing as well.
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Donahue. Just to clarify the question, are you meaning the Venn diagram in terms of depth of need for support?
So I guess I would say, and of course this is all meta data, but how many clients do we have on Ontario Works, and how many clients are there on Ontario Disability Support? Because ultimately there are 550 of those that are being supported through community housing as well. Is that 50% of them? Is it 80% of them?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the councillor. Thank you for the clarification. Yes, there are 1,400 Ontario Works clients and 4,000 Ontario Disability clients.
Thank you. So it's actually a pretty small proportion. And then kind of coming back to Councillor Nicholson's question, and I'm assuming that we probably wouldn't have the line of sight into this with any clarity, but I'm presuming that the wait list is substantially weighted likely towards OW and ODSP recipients as well. Is that a reasonable assumption, or do we actually even have data on that?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Donahue. I think that is a reasonable assumption. As I mentioned, with the implementation of ACORI, it provides a good opportunity for us to really review all of the data. One of the things that we are challenged with is that with the length of the wait list, 7 to 10 years, many of the applications have not been reviewed in a significant period of time. So what we are really endeavoring to do before we onboard the new software is make sure that the wait list is accurate and up to date, so that we are bringing in clean data. There may be individuals that have moved out of the community or have secured, other housing elsewhere or moved on that are still in that pending queue. So we'll certainly be looking to do that. The other thing, and I'll just reiterate from the report, and the chief is behind me here, one of the things that I've noted is that we are working with our community, our emergency services friends to look at what is the proportion of individuals that are supported through the community paramedic program in our community housing buildings, as well as what is the number of individuals that are supported through community mental health services. And definitely, as mentioned, when we have that data, I'll bring that back to committee as well for further information.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Follow-up, the member from Edmonton Bromley.
I will respond to either. Ultimately, all of this was preamble leading to, once again, that it is hardly surprising we are in fact manufacturing a wait list amongst Ontario Works and Ontario Disability Support Payment recipients. I think that it is, if memory serves, it is 2018 that the support payments have been frozen at. And I believe, without having looked back into my spreadsheet, I think we've seen an erosion of about 25% of the value of a dollar between 2018 and 2026 now. It's probably higher because I haven't done it for 2026. At the end of the day, where I'm going with this, we earlier had the discussion about what does it cost for someone to be in a hospital. Somebody said $1,300 a day, whereas $1,300 a month would probably be able to find some lodging. So the myopia of the freezing of the support payments to OW and ODSP is creating the wait list. If in fact I have lost 25% of the value of what I had in 2018, those who are not on those support programs, even if they may not have seen a substantial increase probably have not seen their wages frozen over the last 8 years. So ultimately, the wait list is to some degree being manufactured in that the supporting agency is now undermining their ability to be able to afford the necessities of life. So once again, similar to the tables that we started out with, the left-hand, right-hand version, where is the most expensive proposition? And I would suggest that, as with always, universally, upstream is always the least expensive option. But we seem to have lost touch with that with respect to housing, and in particular to OW and ODSP recipients. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. I have a recommendation that the consent report be, I keep losing it, be received as information. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Adamston Bromley, seconded by the member from Madawaska Valley. All in favor? Carried. Next is the discussion report for community services, please. Ms. Patrick.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. So there's just one recommendation on the discussion report for today. May I go ahead and read the recommendation, Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So it's Renfrew County Situation Table. Recommendation that the Community Services Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw to authorize entering into a third-party agreement with the Ministry of the Solicitor General and Pembroke Regional Hospital for the purpose of co-chairing the Renfrew County Situation Table and facilitating the entry of case-related information into the Ministry's risk-driven tracking database.
Thank you. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Oran Prior, seconded by the member from Laurentian Valley. Background, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. So we spoke a little bit about the situation table earlier. It is a risk intervention model that was initiated by police services and supported provincially through the Ministry of the Solicitor General, bringing together representatives from police, the health sector, social services, and other agencies to really identify individuals that are at an elevated level of risk of harm to themselves or others. As the committee may be aware, the situation table has been in existence at various times in the past. Most recently, it was somewhat led by the OPP when they had a grant, and then when that grant ended, it was kind of stood down temporarily. So this is an initiative on the part of the Pembroke Regional Hospital Community Mental Health Services to reestablish the situation table for Renfrew County. And they have invited the County of Renfrew Community Services to co-chair that table. So the proposal is that Mental Health Services, under their manager, Chrissy Payne, would be the lead or the chair for the table, and April Muldoon from Community Supports Division would be the co-chair. And the attachments are the agreements with the Ministry of the Solicitor General around access to their risk-driven tracking database. So the agreement is really with the Pembroke Regional Hospital, but Appendix A is the addendum that we would be subject to the same terms and conditions as the Pembroke Regional Hospital for access to this database based on being a co-chair. And both managers from Pembroke Regional Hospital and Community Services would be the only individuals who could have access to the database to enter the data and look at what is being captured in terms of levels of risk. In terms of carrying out the activities of the table, really, again, it's a collaborative group of individuals that are at the table. The situations are looked at somewhat without a lot of identifying information, just the scenarios, and then an individual agency that is primarily connected with that individual is identified to take the lead and to coordinate the other individuals to be a part of it. So sometimes it might be Community Services that is taking the lead, sometimes it might be OPP that's taking the lead, others it might be community mental health or family and children's services, but it allows for that collaborative work with individual leads being identified, and it also prevents sort of gaps in terms of agencies that are working with the individual, make sure that information is shared and that they can be supporting them from a holistic way. So the agreement that is in front of committee for consideration is to be part of this as co-lead and to have access to the ministry's risk tracking database. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on that? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Carried. Recommendation that the discussion report be received as presented. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Petawawa. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, I have no deferred reports. There are no verbal reports. Nothing for a closed session. I'm going to hand this over now to Ms. Dombrowski. She has an introduction to make to us.
Thank you, Chair. If you have noticed, we have a new person at the back of the council chambers today. I'd like to introduce you to Molly Clark, who comes here from Fellows High School. She is my co-op for this term, and she is heading to Dalhousie in the fall of the year for political science. So we've got her digging into policies and procedures, and I couldn't be more pleased to have her shadow and work with me during this term.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Clark. I hope you enjoy your stay. How long is it for? Till June. Good. You'll get to see our lovely faces over the next few months.
If I may, Chair, so when you call out Molly in your area, in the administration area, you're going to have to be very specific.
Yeah. Okay. Recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, April 8th, 2026. Moving to seconder, please. Moved by the member from, by the warden, seconded by the member from Whitewater. All in favor? Carried. We are adjourned and we will reconvene 12:55 for health services. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Health Committee for the County of Renfrew. It is Wednesday, March 11th. It is 12:55. I am calling the meeting to order. I would ask first, Ms. Van Starkenburg, has the roll been called, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you so much. I would invite disclosure of pecuniary interest, and if there is any, the general nature thereof, if you please. I see none. With that, I'd seek a motion for the adoption of the minutes of our meeting held February 11th, 2026, please. Moved by Councillor Giardini, seconded by Warden Emo, not Warden Emo, Warden Murphy. I'm not sure when the clock ticks over on that. It's like signing my checks. You have had opportunity to review the minutes. Any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We also have the minutes of the Board of Health meeting of January 27th, 2026. The recommendation is that the minutes of the that the Board of Health minutes for January 27th meeting be received. Councillor Brose, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Any questions or comments? I see none. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We're very pleased, actually, to have delegations here this afternoon. I was going to say this morning. I'm out of my element. We're very pleased to have with us the directors of care from our two long-term care homes. I would invite, please, Mr. Quaid, to introduce our guests this afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. Yes, it's my distinct pleasure to introduce our directors of care for each of the homes. The directors of care in long-term care are actually the linchpin of the homes. So they will be presenting our quality improvement plan for 2026 and 2027. We have Alison Lepac from Miramichi Lodge and Quinn Leary from Bonashare Manor. And I'd ask them to come up to the podium and do their presentation.
So thank you, Chair and Committee, for inviting us to speak on the behalf of the QIP for long-term care for both Bonashare Manor and Miramichi Lodge for 2026-2027. As mentioned by Dean, I am Alison Lepac, Acting Director of Care of Miramichi, and I'll let Quinn introduce himself as well.
All right, thank you very much. So just some clerical things. First of all, Alice and I are going to alternate back and forth. In all honesty, we made our quips together. They align very closely, so having two of kind of the same PowerPoint would be kind of redundant. So we'll get in. What is a QIP or a quality improvement plan? It's essentially a yearly requirement that every healthcare organization has to essentially ensure that we are just performing continuous quality improvement. So essentially what we are working on. Now, we're going to go through 5 total indicators today that we'll work on, but they are not the everything that we are working on. There's quite a bit more. These are just the primary ones. Now, how did we come to these 5 indicators? In all honesty, this is provided to us by Health Quality Ontario. They give us some indicators that should be or are required to be a focus for this upcoming year. And really that's chosen by them to address provincial-wide priorities. So you'll see that kind of reflect through in our indicators. All right. Another thing to note, how we got the data. So the data that you'll see through our slides is provided by Health Quality Ontario. So they assemble it as the homes submit their quarterly reports. And then they bring us back a number essentially at the end of the year that we use for the next year. Every one of our residents in both of our homes has a quarterly assessment. It is a variety of questions and answers essentially that gives a snapshot of their current state, and then they take that data, they generate it, and this is essentially the number that comes from it. So we will be going back and forth, but I will start off first. with the indicator number 1. So I'll read it straight from here. The number of emergency department visits for modified list of ambulatory care sensitive conditions per 100 long-term care residents. So you can see there the data on the board. The provincial average is 22.3%, and thankfully both Bonnechere and Miramichi came below that provincial average. Bonnechere sitting at 20.18 and Miramichi being 12.9. And this is essentially the data from the last year compiled into one. We do have quarterly data that we can watch as the year goes on, but this is essentially what we have now. So our planned improvements for change, it's really primarily focused around education. So education for our frontline staff, right, being our registered nurses, registered practical nurses, PSWs, for early identification of changing residents and how we can meet those needs or meet those requirements before they prolong into something else that requires a transfer to hospital. We also look at collaboration with the resident and their substitute decision maker around early goals of care discussions. So essentially the advanced care planning for the residents to ensure that there isn't someone going to a hospital where they could have been treated in the home more effectively. And then lastly, we have been really fortunate to be able to purchase a variety of point of care tools for each of the homes. This is definitely an initiative by the ministry to allow us some more capability in the home to essentially check for conditions before sending out. So this being things like a point of care respiratory viruses tester. So each of the homes got one. It tests for COVID, influenza, and RSV on demand, which is really nice, right? We have some pretty timely delays, which might result in a transfer. This way, it's about 30 minutes, and we have a result back. We also were able to purchase a urinalysis, an ultrasound machine, another blood analyzer, all of which are just clinical tools that we can help use on our residents, and hopefully result in a less of a transfer to the hospital. And I'll let Allison go on with the next one.
Thanks, Quinn. So I'm going to be reviewing indicator 2. So indicator 2 specifically looking at the percentage of residents who have fallen within 30 days of their assessment. So Quinn has already kind of explained what that assessment looks like. It's a quarterly assessment which captures the resident's current status. So when you're looking at the measures of performance, you have to keep in mind the definition of a fall may differ upon long-term care homes. So the homes for us, we indicate a fall as any change in linear status. So that's even a stumble that could have been a fall is treated as a fall. We do not treat any potential fall as a near miss fall, which is not necessarily captured across the province. So when you're looking at our current performance of 17.96 for Bonnechere and then 20.36 for Miramichi, the provincial standard is actually 15%. So our goal is to endeavor that we promote change within the organization to help improve those statistics. So looking at education for our staff to make sure that our fall prevention strategies are in place, ensuring that our high-risk rounds is collecting this data and reviewing it thoroughly. So Quinn hosts high-risk rounds twice a week, and at Miramichi we host once a week. So in those meetings, we're actually collecting the data and reviewing in the moment those situations in every single fall that had happened within the home so that we can ensure that measures are in place to support those residents. While we're looking at this data, if there's a resident that has had more than one fall in 30 days, we are also capturing that, noting that that actually impacts data as well. So if a resident has fallen twice and it's the same resident, they're high risk, they're noted as a frequent faller, that will be captured in the data. So increase our percentage as well. One other large implementation was RNAO best practice changes with falls. So in November 2025, Miramichi had gone live with falls with RNAO, so implementing best practice approach to assessment, monitoring, and evaluation. Quinn and his team are working on the next steps with that implementation. We're just a little bit behind each other in the cohorts, but he will be working on that hopefully in 2026 as well. And I'll let Quinn move to indicator 3.
All right. So the next indicator is the percentage of residents who were given antipsychotic medication without psychosis in the 7 days preceding their resident assessment. So this is one that's been on for a couple of years and one that we continue to work on. The provincial average is 18.99%. Bonashire is sitting a little bit higher at 19.23%, and ML Miramichi is a little bit lower at 16.97%, which is great. We have seen our quarterly numbers back. He's coming down a little bit lower than the provincial average, but that'll be reflected in probably next year's QIP. So really the focus for bringing this number down is first and foremost, training for the staff to manage behaviors before they require medication, right? So we do GPA training in the facility for all staff every year. We have actually trainers in-house, and we try and to make sure that everyone is aware of being able to manage those behaviors before or before going straight to medication. So that's our primary focus. We also have, in both homes, have a collaboration with the geriatric mental health team. So they come in periodically and they review a variety of residents, right, for a variety of reasons, mostly around, of course, behaviors and behavior management and ensuring that the medication they're receiving is appropriate and it's still useful and still needed. This is done internally as well by our BSO team, so Behavioral Support Ontario. This is led by nurses in the home. Same thing, they're doing quarterly medication audits to ensure that those who are receiving antipsychotics still need them, or can we start to look at weaning off and trying to take away. Our goal is to remove, but of course there are some times where it is required, and we just want to make sure that it is appropriate in each and every instance. And then lastly, as with all of our trends here, these are always reviewed every quarter at our internal quality improvement committee meetings, so we can see where we're going and if we're improving or requiring more focus. And I'll pass it off.
So I'll be speaking to indicator 4, so the percentage of long-term care residents whose stage 2 to 4 pressure ulcers worsened. So just to provide a little bit of context of what that means. So a stage 1 is redness. A stage 2 would be impacting 2 layers of skin. A stage 3 is where you're seeing fatty tissue, and then a stage 4 is the significant wounds where you're seeing deep tissue wounds. So tendons are showing, muscle are showing, okay? So when looking at our data, our current performance for BM is 5.78 and ML is 5.7. Provincial target is 3.3, and we have a goal to meet that target this year. We have implemented lots of new processes throughout the homes to support this. So both homes in late 2025 went live with an electronic documentation system within our wound management. So essentially, nursing staff are assessing the residents and taking active current pictures of the wounds so that we're seeing captures of screenshots of those wounds, and we're able to actively assess those wounds at our high-risk rounds. So both Quinn and I, at our high-risk rounds, post them for the interdisciplinary team to be monitoring worsening wounds, new wounds, and stalled wounds, so that we're tracking that interventions are in place to support those wound management. In addition to that, both homes have participated with a ministry offer of allowing multiple staff to go to wound management accredited programs. So between both homes, we have registered staff who are attending those programs, and it's an accredited program, and this will support our frontline staff in having the knowledge and understanding and managing these programs. And in addition to that, having lead PSW champions within the home to support monitoring and follow-up. And then another thing would be the RNAO clinical pathways as well. So clinical pathways also supports a skin and wound management program within the next year or so. And I'll move on to Quinn.
All right, so this is our final indicator, which speaks to residents and daily physical restraints. In all honesty, both of our homes are zero restraint facilities, so we really endeavor not to have any in the home. You can see that in the actual statistics there. So Bonashire is at 0.3% and ML is at 0. The provincial average is 1.5. So our goal is to continue that way. We actually don't have any restraints whatsoever. The last 0.3 is from a previous resident in the past year. So in all honesty, our goal is to just maintain what we're currently doing, which is education for staff, staying on top of our policy, and just ensuring that when a resident comes in with a restraint, because that does happen fairly often, we're reviewing right away and we're trying to remove or look for other alternatives, like a personal assistance services device, which is another device that helps the resident in their daily living, but is not classified as a restraint. So that would be like a tabletop or a seatbelt for positioning, not so much for restraining to the chair or somewhere else. This also leads into things like our our numbers being a little bit higher. Same thing with our antipsychotic numbers. They're all intertwined, right? So you can see numbers vary up and down based on what you are doing kind of with your residents. So of course we could have a higher restraint number and a lower fall number. That's not our goal. We want to make sure that we are a zero restraint facility, and we'll stay that way. And I think that is all, unless you have anything else.
All right, thank you very much. I would open the floor to committee. Any questions or comments? I would begin with Councillor Mayville, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. It's very informative. One common theme in your presentation, is staff receptive to all the training that's required? And if so, how does it have any effect on your retention and hiring of staff?
Yeah, so I would say the staff are very receptive. In all honesty, right, like whenever we do this education, it's focused around the resident, right? And these are all resident indicators. So if we know those numbers are going down or in the right way, it means that residents are being cared for in a better way, right? Or in the best way. So staff certainly want to receive it. And a common request from staff is around education, right? Nurses and PSWs and extending beyond, they all like their chance for continuing education. It is a way to enhance recruitment and retention. So that's something we've really practiced as of late. The ministry has also noticed it, right? So we have staff getting more skin and wound education. It's funded by the ministry. We had funds for behavior and GPA training or gentle persuasive approach training. The staff certainly want it, and we will continue to provide it because it is a commonly asked and a commonly accepted practice, to have more training in the home.
Thank you. Councillor Rose, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is in regards to, so the quality improvement plans, you indicated the province has recommendations on areas where they certainly want you to collect the data. Based on that, and I can certainly appreciate the way the different areas intertwine as far as falls, as far as medications, as far as restraints. Is there a particular priority that the province would like to see you incorporate, i.e., less restraints as opposed to maybe more alternative measures? Or are they accepting of higher numbers in one area if they see, for instance, that you're not using restraints?
So they don't necessarily come to review our numbers from like a disciplinary perspective, right? It's more or less targeting ourselves against the province standard. So if we're not meeting standard, we have to demonstrate why. So Quinn actually used a really good example for the restraint use. Restraints in other organizations, for example, hospitals, can be used as a fall prevention strategy. Noting there's significant risk when a restraint is used on a resident for entrapment, suffocation. There are a lot of risks associated with that. So demonstrating that our fall numbers may be slightly higher from provincial standard because we do not utilize restraints within the home.
Warden Murphy, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just going to follow up on my colleagues' comments. So I'm going to use the fall prevention, or the falls, where if I'm in a home and I fall today, then I fall again on Saturday, and I fall again on Monday, that data is sort of skewed as opposed to me falling one day and Neil falls the fall. I almost find that data could be a bit confusing and not very useful when it comes to provincial targets. Isn't the idea that we want the fewest amount of people falling? And I'm just using that as the example following the mayor from North Elgona's comments.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question, because it's something we discussed in the home as well and with our medical director, right? Yes, falls is the perfect example. We have certain residents that live at risk, right? It is well known that they are going to fall. They have Parkinson's or dementia or many other things. So they might have 5 to 6 falls in a week, and it's not unexpected, and there's really nothing that we can do. All the strategies are in place. Both homes have very robust falls prevention programs. It's just the nature of it. This even speaks back to emergency visits. There's 18 different variables that they say is a preventable visit. A fall that results in an injury is one of those variables. So they're saying that shouldn't occur, even though we are trying to not use restraints, and we're trying to have a resident live to their fullest while in our home. If they were to fall and require that extra assessment to go to the hospital, that's counted essentially against us. So there's always connection, and it's certainly difficult, but we do our best.
Just to add, so in context, when we collect data for our falls program and review them, when you're looking at our locked units, so our dementia floors with cognitive decline, and generally a lot of them have still the ability to mobilize freely with dignity, without aids. When you're looking at the data, it's actually almost triple the number of falls on those units comparable to the other units. So it does demonstrate in our data, and we do see it. Yeah.
I'm going to go to Councillor Weir, and then I will come to Councillor Lynch.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I believe you mentioned that the falls that we record, we actually record the near falls or the almost falls. I can't remember your exact wording. And that might skew our data for the overall province one. Is that an asterisk that you put in your report saying how you report your falls or how we log falls that are different than the provincial standards?
So the definition of fall that we utilize is actually what's based on best practice. So that is the best practice definition of fall. So when the homes are utilizing those best practice approaches, so the RNAO implementation, the other homes that aren't there yet may not be using that same definition, essentially.
Thank you. Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's to do with your data collecting. Excuse me. The older I get, the more I fall. So, well, that's a given. So I'm wondering, with your age groups within your different long-term care homes, if a guy's 99 years old is falling more often than the guy that's 65, is that determined somewhere on the graph to say, hey, 95, you're guaranteed you're going to fall, where at 65, I'm a maybe?
So easy answer is everybody greater than 75 is deemed a high risk of falls. So just because you're deemed a high risk of falls doesn't change data collection. Yeah.
Councillor Service, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Thanks for all the information, and thanks for all the good work that you and your teams are doing at the home. I'm sure what you do goes a long way in our high ratings that we receive all the time. So that's great. So just to keep on this data collection point, and it's great to hear you say that although the statistics mean something, that you're putting more emphasis on quality of care and quality of treatment in the end. So to go back to this fall, when you're collecting the statistics, I'm sure there are some residents who are experiencing falls and are offered assistive devices to prevent the falls, but refuse those. So is that kind of thing taken into account when we're looking at the stats?
Thank you. When we talk about, or I mentioned, all the interventions are in place, that was, kind of what it would allude to. Essentially, like, we have a variety of things that we could use, and yes, there's lots of residents that would probably reduce all of their falls if they would use their walker or wheelchair or so forth, or wait for assistance. But they, of course, have lived, by themselves for their entire life, or they've, been independent. They want to remain that way. So essentially, it would result in a higher rate of falls because they are trying to do it themselves, right? To no fault, right? They just want to remain the way that they were, but unfortunately, there's a change, and it's not that easy.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson, please.
Thank you, Chair. And first off, I just want to thank you for being so patient. You waited, most of the morning to present this, and I really appreciate it. I think the way you've presented this data made it very easy to appreciate. I was hoping if you could provide a little more context for indicator number 1, the ER visits. You had mentioned that falls was one example where people are visiting the ER, but I'm wondering if you can just give me a little more context. I'm not questioning the performance or the targets, but just some layman term context for those ER visits, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I certainly can. I did have a little bit of a write-up, but I didn't want to go through it all just because it's pretty lengthy. It's an interesting indicator because, in all honesty, we have a resident, we might send them out for X reason. When they go to the emergency department codes it in the reason that they are there or the reason they think that they're there, and that may be, not why we send, and it essentially becomes a knock against us for sending, right? This has been in discussion with RVH through our medical director, just because it is a question around there on, the things that they deem to be preventable or not preventable is kind of tough. So yes, I did mention, essentially it speaks to, and I'll read it out, the avoidance of ED visits for, and there's 18 specific care-sensitive preventable conditions. I won't go through all 18, but it means that it's a very hard indicator to remain below, just because it captures a lot. And in all honesty, it doesn't capture a resident demanding to go to the hospital because they want to go, or a family saying the resident should go, et cetera. It just shows that the residents are going. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? I just have one, and thank you so much. This is always insightful. I get that it's a limited number of metrics that we are using, but I think that they're indicative, if I may, on, or certainly a number of them, kind of towards cognitive issues. And in particular, one of the things I'm pleased, and it's been quite some time, and it was the template provided by the ministry on what they used to refer to as the administering antipsychotic medication. But in this instance, given that, as you had identified, on a quarterly basis, the residents are assessed. I don't know if that happens 4 times a year, or if in fact, fairly routinely, 25% of our population are subject to an assessment. Ultimately, when I just crunch the numbers on both the 166 resident at Miramichi and the 180 at Bonnechere Manor, those are still not small numbers. That would be, and this is only in the week before. Ultimately, those are 8, it would be at Miramichi Lodge, and just under 9 at Bonnechere Manor. So, and this metric in particular is antipsychotic medication administered to those without psychosis. So I'm assuming this is speaking largely to a substantial component or contingent cohort at both homes that are suffering with cognitive issues. And whatever you could just confirm that this is kind of the point that I zero in on almost on an annual basis, because this is administering a medication that is not indicated when psychosis is not there, but this would be due to behavioral issues.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, I can certainly speak to that. Yes, for sure. Whenever most of the time antipsychotics are used with the absence of psychosis, it is around behavioral issues or end-of-life care, because there is an overlap there. And yes, we do use it. We try not to, but there is times where, when you look at the safety for all residents, the use of an antipsychotic that has been reviewed by the physician, nurse practitioner, GMH, is the best case for that person. In all honesty, can greatly benefit their life as well, right? I mean, being in that state of anxiety or so forth is nothing fun. So essentially, it can be a mutually beneficial use. Anything to add?
Thank you, and I must make note that this is not something that we are experiencing in isolation at the county long-term care homes. The target itself across the province is just about 1 in 5. So that is a substantial number, but I think, again, we're going to be engaging largely in follow-up, but CMI increasingly has become an issue that confronts the Health Committee, and has so, I think, since I was first appointed here in 2015. So this is kind of part and parcel with that. Anyway, once again, very appreciative, Ms. Lepak and Mr. Leary, on the presentation. Always look forward to these that are providing some of the metrics around which we really strive to deliver care for our residents. So thank you. Thank you. With that, if we return to the agenda, item 6, communications, there were none. So we will go into consent reports, and we will begin, for those following along on the PDF, it begins on page 10, the long-term care consent report, please. Mr. Quaid.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. Item number 1 on our consent report, this was at the request of Councillor Emong at one of our previous meetings, just to talk about our demographics and the recent change in the age and acuity of our residents. So I tried to articulate it as best as possible. We've outlined the average ages for the male and female in both homes. Bonashare Manor, 76.9 is the average age of our men, and 83.76 is the average age of our women. Miramichi Lodge, you're looking at 79.05 for the men and 83.22 for the women. So I've also kind of indicated on the next slide the average length of stay, and we've discussed this previously at other council meetings, that we're seeing a higher turnover. And over the past, I just went back almost 5 years, and it's decreased by about a year. So that's pretty significant. And then for our resident acuity, so I realize this is kind of a confusing paragraph with all the acronyms, but essentially the case mix index is a quantifiable tool that we use in long-term care. The ministry has utilized this as how we receive our funding, but it is essentially a work tool. So it kind of, measures the acuity of our residents, so the things they need for activities of daily living, all those types of things. So it provides a number, and based on that number is how we receive our base level funding for our level of care funding for the home. So when we're looking at those numbers, however, in April of 2025, we implemented a new system, so it's difficult to compare. I don't have enough data from the new system because it's like comparing apples to oranges, which is what we wrote in there. So the new system is able to quantify the care that we're providing, better than the old system, but it only was implemented in April. So to go back, maybe this time next year, I'll be able to demonstrate a little more clearly, but I can tell you that the residents coming into the homes are definitely more acute and requiring more care. And kudos to the ministry for utilizing this new system to identify it, but also to note our CMI the funding based on the CMI had been frozen about a year and a half ago. So I'll be interested to see what they do with more of this data that we've seen the CMI go up. I'm hoping that we will see our level of care funding go up as well. Yeah. That is point number 1. I don't know if you want me to keep going or, yeah. So, point number 2 is a report that was we received from Advantage Ontario, and it was based on our long-term care. This is the actual long-term care inspection that was conducted at Bonashare Manor on January 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and 19th, and an off-site inspection on the 16th for a critical incident. For alleged sexual abuse of a resident by a staff, improper, incompetent care of a resident, and follow-up to a previous compliance order related to an infection prevention and control practice. The previously issued compliance orders were found to be in compliance, so we made the adjustments to ensure compliance. And there was one written notification issued for a personal support worker who did not comply with the home's written abuse policy and immediately reporting an alleged sexual abuse of a resident. A long-term care inspector conducted an on-site inspection at Miramichi Lodge on December 30th, 31st, 2025, and January 2nd and 5th, 2026 for critical incident reports related to resident falls, alleged improper incompetent treatment of a resident by a staff, and a complaint with concerns regarding plan of care. There was one written notification issued regarding a day in January 2026 where infection prevention and control standards were not adhered to. As an inspector observed, a staff entering a resident's room without donning the required PPE or personal protection is where I jumped ahead to. So Advantage Ontario had kind of given us a synopsis of the long-term care inspection statistics across Ontario. And just to highlight some of the inspection activity. So from 2024 to 2023. In 2023, there were a little over 1,600 inspections. In 2024, it went up to 2,300 inspections. There were 9,000 non-compliance orders across 620 homes. And in 2023, they did a similar number, 614 homes, but only issued about 6,000 non-compliance orders. More non-compliance orders issued. Like I say, in 2024, we had 1,060 compliance orders. In 2023, we had 528 across the province. So we've talked about it at previous councils as well. There's almost an inspector for every 2 homes across in Ontario. They're digging, they're looking for things, and they're going to find it. The top compliance orders issued in 2024 were for infection prevention and control, so our IPAC program, plan of care, or skin and wound. And the top written notifications in 2024 were related to our Continuous Quality Improvement Initiative report, our CQI committees, and plan of care. And the most frequently used inspection protocols, so they'll come in and say, we're going to look at your IPAC program or some other program, but the top 5 across Ontario were food, nutrition, and hydration, pain management, quality improvement, resident care and support services, and our skin and wound care. And they, again, have gone up with their administrative monetary penalties. So we've been fortunate between the 2 homes to only have received either a written notification or a compliance order. A lot of other homes receive actual monetary punitive penalties. So they did 175 in 2024 compared to 115 in 2023.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quaid. Committee, we will review beginning any questions and comments, beginning with item number 1, please. Councillor Emo.
Thank you very much for this. That's exactly the kind of thing that I think we need to be aware of, and I think all of us, to a degree, were aware of the fact that the acuity and the age, the acuity and need levels were going up at the same time as the average age, and the length of stay was an interesting read as well. So thank you for this.
Councillor Nicholson, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just the question I had is looking at this data and the way that it's moving, the ages, the length of stay, the increase in the demand of the services being provided, or how is it phrased, the acuity of the residents that are in there. How does this shape the future of long-term care in the County of Renfrew, and should we be considering a strategy for how this may shape what we do in the coming years?
Mr. Quaid.
Thank you, and through you to committee. I think it's already shaping the way that we're providing care and long-term care, and I think we've said it here before. It should almost be called complex continuing care. So we're providing more education to our staff. We're able to care for staff in long-term care that previously we weren't able to care for, i.e. with our behavioral supports. Ontario, we have specialized nurses who are able to help us with non-pharmacological interventions for these residents to ensure that they're safe, our other residents are safe, and staff are properly trained. Our gentle persuasive approach, we also are offering staff other opportunities to kind of early identify triggers in residents, whether it's behavioral or just early detection, better assessments. We're doing focused more on our residents and, like I say, education, early identification, proper treatment. So I think we are hoping that the CMI also is going to provide more funding for our long-term care homes to ensure that we're able to support these residents' continued ongoing needs, whether it be, vac dressings or nutritional supplements. So all those types of things that we need to factor into, we're advocating for, and hopefully we'll see more of it.
Thank you. Anything further? Just to add a little bit of meat, perhaps, on the bones here, and ultimately had a conversation before coming to order earlier this morning on this. It is very information dense, and I'm sure that our directors of care at the back of the room are fully versed in this particular language. For those who may not be fluent, ultimately, case mix index, or CMI, was the means, I think, whether it is Mr. Quaid or whether it is Mr. Burke, probably at the end of Q1 or early Q2, we will get the results of what the CMI is going to designate as how our provincial funding would be augmented. So that case mix index, Mr. Quaid identified as frozen. I never knew it was unfrozen because I've been sitting on this committee since 2015, and I think it was the envelope was frozen then. And ultimately, the challenge was everything was in ratios. So if, in fact, the acuity or the conditions of residents when they first take up lodging in long-term care was increasing right across the province, unless yours was increasing much more than relative to the province, your funding didn't change. There was a fixed envelope of dollars, and that's what you got. If there was a time when it was not frozen, it is once again frozen, so that will be the case once again. The other thing with the information contained here, as Mr. Quaid had noted, so what used to be RAI MDS, Resident Acuity Index / minimum data set, was never intended or invented, if you will, for use as a funding mechanism. It was somewhat jerry-rigged with the edges of the square carved off to fit it into the round hole. And I guess to some degree it was doing what it was intended. The new device, the new tool that is used for this purpose does have that component. What he is suggesting is we do not have any longitudinal data on that to be able to provide a comparison. Certainly all staff within our long-term care homes, they just know absolutely that the acuity is increasing, but we do not have the data yet. So the apples to oranges is the old system is a very imperfect overlay to the new system. But ultimately where this does come into play, you are seeing that's over a 20% drop in the term within long-term care. That unto itself, and that is not a reflection of the care that's available at our long-term care homes or any long-term care homes for that matter. It is simply reflecting the demographics that largely we are seeing people that are healthier later in life, but when they get to that point when they need assistance, they need more assistance when they first take up residence. And that is reflected in the chart that is showing a reduction, certainly from 4.5 years at Bonnechere Manor down to just above 3.5, and equally about the loss of a year on 3 down to 2, or a 4 down to 3 at the lodge. Again, this is reflective of the dramatic increase in the requirements, the care support that is needed within long-term care. So ultimately, I am fervently of a mind that hoping that the CMI will be providing the appropriate funding is not our strategy and our plan. This absolutely needs to be recognized by the province of Ontario. When residents are first coming to long-term care, their needs are dramatically higher than they once were. And ultimately, that is the important takeaway from this item. Very pleased, actually, to see 5 centenarians at the Manor. In any event, moving on to item 2, the inspection reports. And item 3, that only works in one direction, gentlemen. That is a foot valve. Item 3, the long-term care inspection statistics. Just of note, and there's some numbers within this, it's a 40% increase, 23 to 24. But our own homes, you can find that on the, if you go to the website that the link for the inspection reports has, this gives you the change from 23 to 25. At the Manor in 23, there were 3. In 24, there were 5. In 25, there were 7. At the Lodge, in 23, there were 4. In 24, there were 5. And in 25, there were 8. So seeing that change is presenting and providing committee with the raw data, if you will, of the heightened inspection regime that is long-term care. It is understandable that that happened, given the particularly emanating from COVID. But ultimately, and I've stated this before, I think much like, and I want to be very careful how I'm making this analysis, but I think if you have established a record that it now would behoove the province to start having a metric where these are scalable, i.e. if your incidents are relatively minor, if you will, then over time you will have established a diminished regime. Notwithstanding the challenge to our staff in actually responding to these inspections, it is also to be understood that these are our ratepayers' homes. They live in these buildings. So if in fact we have established a track record, then the inspection regime should be consistent with the track record. If there's nothing else, then we'll go directly to the consent report for emergency services. I believe that's on 21.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And we'll begin with number 1, Wilderness Response Symposium. There's an information item there for committee members in relation to first of its kind event hosted at Camp Arahan in Algonquin Park, June 10 to 12. You may recall there's an annual certification requirement for our Sierra team members, and there's been significant interest from across Canada and in fact internationally as it relates to our Sierra team, its capability gap analysis, and the services that we provide, especially in light of advanced technology such as text-to-satellite communications from otherwise very difficult to access locations where somebody is injured or ill. So the information in item number 1 is for your information. Happy to share that out. If there are any local providers that would like to attend, I'd encourage them to register quickly because we will sell out, I expect, in the next few weeks. So that information's there for your information. It also aligns with the information that I provided last year in terms of our goals for 2026 around the notion of creating an enterprise emergency services. We also provide point-of-care ultrasound training for paramedic services from across Ontario, funded by Ontario Health, and now standing up this work at at least a cost recovery basis, and then in addition, being able to provide emergency management consultation based upon our existing bylaws and remuneration. So we're trying to find creative ways of being able to take our lessons learned, be able to provide that to others, and be able to identify revenue opportunities to offset any costs. Item number 2 is in relation to Spring Outlook and Frechette. The first Frechette call of the year was a little bit ironically yesterday while we were going through yesterday's weather event. The text here that we provided in advance of yesterday's Spring Frechette, especially in the last paragraph, continues to stand in that we are continuing to track roughly typical seasonal trajectory in terms of snowpack and water density. However, there are some areas in the upper watershed that are above average in that regard. As you know, for the Ottawa system, that is a very significant amount of runoff, especially coming out of Quebec, and as well the snowpack. So despite the fact the fields may no longer have snow in them, there's still a significant amount of winter left to play out and spring to play out, but we are monitoring it very closely, as I'm sure you are all as well. Many of your CEMCs were on yesterday's call, which I was very encouraged at, and a big thank you to the M&R for co-hosting that with ourselves. Steve Ospenko on our behalf here at the county is the co-chair of the Frechette meetings with MNRF. Item number 3, Logistics Division provided an attached document to today's report to be able to provide you greater detail in terms of the role of logistics. We often talk about the 911 system or regular operations. We talk about community paramedicine, and we felt it necessary for you to understand the business behind those programs that allows them to be able to function at a significantly high level. And this is everything from our internal procurement processes, our receivables, the way that we manage our stock, the way that we track our stock, the use of operative IQ, and then how we're also assisting other programs such as the Heart Hub in being able to look at where there are scale of capacity, such as we learned through PPE, for example, during the pandemic. So we've just continued along that vein. And that's really an important book of business that's led by Deputy Chief Libby and his team, and they do an exceptional job, and I don't think often are heard of enough. That does also include our fleet, which we have talked about more recently in these chambers, and I think that that's an important piece of that work as well. Item number 4 is the Integrated Systems Navigation Tool. This tool was funded by the SUAP Emergency Treatment Fund. And we've continued that work. So there is a draft final document for you attached to this report, which goes over the role of Wayfinder, both as an inward-facing and outward-facing tool in navigating services more efficiently and identifying pathways towards well-being, predominantly for our most vulnerable folks who are struggling with mental health addictions and homelessness. That is all, Mr. Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Committee, we'll go back to the top. Any questions, comments on item 1, the Wilderness Symposium? Item 2, the spring outlook for the Frechette. Item 3, the logistics report. And finally, item 4, the Wayfinder tool. Councillor Emo, please.
Yes, I just have 4 quick points. I didn't see the Phoenix Center or Family and Children's Services, and I say Family and Children's Services because they have their developmental division, which deals with adults, and so I noticed that they weren't included. The other thing, and that's on page 16, I believe, and I really like the section where it talks about the warm handoff. Too often, we send people off with a phone call or a number to call rather than actually doing a face-to-face or a so I really like that emphasis, and congratulations to the group for seeing that. Page 22, on the graph, there's some of them are identified and it says 2 mobile, so I'm assuming from the addresses that it likely looks like Care For, but I don't know that for sure. And then, I can't remember what the last one was. There was another one. Number 4, page 22. Sorry, my screen just. I'll just have to. Sorry, it was scrolling as fast as it'll go. It might start screaming at me anytime now. Page 4, page 22.
Or in lieu of that screaming at you. Actually, I wonder if perhaps while you were searching for that, if perhaps Chief Nolan wanted to respond to the first items that you had raised.
Yeah, happy to, Chair. Thank you through to committee. I'd be happy to bring back the feedback related to the Family and Children's Services and the Phoenix Center to the group. And I'll pass along as well the warm regards for the warm handoff, and then on page 22 we'll have a look at that.
So area I was looking at was on, it was item number 6 on page 23, I'm sorry. And it says person with a disability, and I'm wondering if you might be interested in splitting that out, because I have a disability because of my hip. But there are some people with acquired brain injuries and stuff like that. So I'm wondering if you wanted to split that out a little finer. But that was the only comment. But actually, love the document. It doesn't sound like that, but I think it's a great document.
No, and through you, Mr.
Chief, yep.
No, we appreciate the feedback, and that's why it is a draft final document. So if anybody has any additional comments that they'd like to email me, I'll be happy to make sure that the team gets them and makes those corrections. And also, they may follow up with anyone who provides me comments. So similarly, Councillor Emo will be happy to connect them to you if there's any questions regarding your points.
Thank you. Anything further on the final item? Seeing none, then I'd seek a motion that the consent reports be received as information, please. Councillor Mayville, seconded by Councillor Doncaster. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. With that, we have a discussion report only from long-term care. So, Mr. Quaid, I believe that is on page 57. We'll yield the floor once again, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. Resolution number 1, quality improvement plans. Recommendation that Health Committee recommends County Council authorize the Warden, the CAO, the Administrator Director of Long-Term Care, acting, and the Quality Improvement Committee Chair, Director of Care, to sign and submit the Quality Improvement Plan, i.e. QUIPs, for Bonashare Manor and Miramichi Lodge to Health Quality Ontario prior to March 31st, 2026 deadline.
Thank you. I'd seek a mover, please. Councillor Watts, seconded by Councillor Lynch. Background, please.
Thank you, Chair. Ontario Health, Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Long-Term Care continue to align quality improvement efforts to better reflect current priorities and health system changes, and requires the submission of an annual quality improvement plan. A QUIP is a formal documented set of commitments that a healthcare organization makes to its residents, staff, and community to improve quality through focused targets and actions. QUIPs are used in many sectors to assist organizations in delivering quality programs and services. Ontario Health defines the priority indicators and populates the relevant data through the annual Resident Satisfaction Survey and the Resident Assessment Instrument Minimum Data Set, the RIMDS. The Director of Care from Bonashare Manor and Miramichi Lodge will overview the draft of the quality improvement plans for 2026 and 27 at the meeting. The QUIP plans for each home are attached.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quaid. Questions or comments? We did cover off, I think, all of them in the delegation. They were admirably answered. With that, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I'd now seek a motion that the discussion report be received as presented. Councillor Giardini, seconded by Councillor Service. Further and final opportunity for question. Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. There were no deferred reports. There are no verbal reports. I'm seeing none. There was no requirement for a closed session. Any new or other business? Councillor Purcell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to bring attention in regards to an abandoned encampment that's down at the waterfront at the end of Catherine Street. With the rising water, those items will be dispersed as a result of the rising water. It's right actually at the bottom of Catherine Street. The camp has been abandoned last fall. I do appreciate, the City of Pembroke does appreciate in terms of the efforts last fall in terms of the cleanup of that area. This is one of the encampments that was maybe perhaps populated at that time, so it wasn't removed. But there's no individual that's living there right now, and it's been abandoned all over winter. So I'm just wondering if we could coordinate with the City of Pembroke to have that removed. That'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Any further new business? I see none. With that, I'd seek a motion that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, April 8th, 2026. Councillor Rose, seconded by Councillor Purcell. All in favor? That is carried. It is 1:56. Councillor Emo.
2:10, please.
2:10, we will convene the Corporate Services Committee. Thank you. Did I get a mover? God, I was on my game there, Ms. Van Starkenberg. I did indeed, and it did pass. Thank you. We are adjourned.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the Corporate Services Committee meeting of Thursday, March the 12th to order at 2:10 p.m. Ms. Wilson, has roll call been taken?
Yes, Chair, roll call has been taken and we have quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in the general nature of? Seeing none, thank you. And next we'll move to, could I get a mover and seconder for the minutes of February 11, 2026, and that they be approved? Mover, please. Member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from North Ogonee Wilberforce. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. Committee. And could I get a mover and seconder that the closed minutes of February 11, 2026 be approved, knowing that they will remain confidential? A mover, please. Member from Killoughby Richards, second by a member from Arnprior. Are there any errors or omissions? And if there are, we would need to move into closed. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. There are no delegations or presentations for today. There are no communications for today. And the agenda includes some written items of important information that were provided for your review. So could I get a mover and seconder to accept the consent reports, please? Member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the warden. Is there any discussion on any of the consent items? And I would point to item A, which is the administration consent report, artificial intelligence. Okay, all right, we'll start with the warden, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm so excited about this. I think that Craig and his team have included all the important items. I like the fact that there are pros and cons. The one thing I would say that could be done very quickly in conjunction with redoing our website is having a chat bot on the website. I think it would be very inexpensive to include and would have high value for things like simple questions that our residents have that do take up quite a bit of administrative time. I know Bonnechere Valley, we're talking about it now as well for things like our bylaws that, you know, you have to go splunking through your website to find things. So that was just something that I said to Craig that I would be adding today, that sort of an immediate and easy add. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Whitewater and then Abbotsford Bromley.
Echo the comments. I think great for us to be trying to dig into this as an opportunity. I'm just curious from the staff perspective, has there been any discussion at the RAG, is that the right name? Regional Administrators Group? I know similarly, you know, the hospitals, primary care looking at this, AI scribes. I ran into the, you know, our veterinarian clinic has now got a sign on the wall saying all the conversations are AI scribed to save time for entering in the data into notes. We're seeing probably with Algonquin College, my kids are all facing this right now in terms of their work at Algonquin College. Is there any, you know, thought sharing, deep thinking with that RAG group and other large corporations like ours?
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. No, thanks. I'm happy to chat about this item, actually, and again, thank you for this allowing this to be part of the information package today. It was a significant day. It was well worth chatting about. It was more about guardrails and guides and guidelines moving forward. So we haven't dug down into chatbots and otherwise, although all these information pieces came up. And you'll start and you'll note on identifying when it's being used and otherwise, for the simple fact of all today's agendas now include a little byline on the front note saying that some of the portions of all of the reports have used some format of AI, including Diligent, to generate some of the reports that you've read and have made use of today. So the RAG group ironically met today during today's meeting, so I was unable to share in the conversations that took place, but they are in a different phase. They are looking at AI, of course, in different formats. especially the medical field, as you know, uses AI for charting regularly. You're starting to see that more and more. The school boards, I'm familiar with some of the work that's being done within the school board, report generation, email generation, all these things that are taking away, I'll say, the menial tasks of the day for a lot of people. So allowing the development of staff that sometimes work in those instances where there's emails or just regular reports, allow them to take more of an ownership of greater learning or greater skills rather than just dealing with those little minutiae of the day. Get rid of those tasks and move on to other things that are much more important to the organizations. So no, I haven't had it with the RAG group, but I've had it individually and have shared this report and other things moving forward. A little piece, if I can share on this as well, it's worthy of note. I can't remember if it was included in this because it hadn't come out yet. The Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, the CAO group, has subsets from that. One of them is an Eastern Ontario IT group, Information Technology group, made up of all the IT managers, and they've now drafted a policy booklet for how to use AI in governance. And that's rolling out to the CAO's group and the Wardens Caucus group over the next couple of weeks, and that will be a shared document moving forward as well as it gets formulated. So, and that was done by the Perry Group. And our own Associate Director of IT, Chris Wren, was involved in the development of that too. So I'm happy to share that as we move on.
Thank you. And member from Emerson Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you through you to Mr. Kelly for both convening this workshop. And I think that this is an exceptional start, and I want to be clear on that. And I think that there's an opportunity for the county to be out in front and to be the provider consistent with our strategic plan for the lower tier municipalities, or as Councillor Nicholson has said, the Renfrew Area Administrators Group, et cetera. What I would say is, and I have to preface this, that this is moving at light speed. We've been hearing about AI for about 20 years, and the changes that are happening now on a monthly basis are incredible. So I want to be very careful. I'm not saying this in any way as a critique. This is an outstanding document to frame the conversation, but I wish we'd had it a year ago, right? It's changing that fast, and I'm exposed to that in a very strange way because my spouse, my wife, works in a Fortune 500 company, and they are way out in front. Their company is going to be transformed in this calendar year. And there are two components to this, and I think that I'm absolutely in agreement. We are a public entity. We do not have competition, so we can proceed at a different pace than commerce, where if you're going to stay in business, you need to be moving much more quickly, and they are. But I think that consistent with both the training and compliance, and again going to my wife, they have quarterly refreshers that are mandatory. Like, we're now the fish swimming in a sea that is the digital sea. This is the workplace now. And when we're talking, there's a line in here that says, towards the end, final thoughts, artificial intelligence will likely influence. It is not likely and it is not influence. It is absolutely going to have a foundational, revolutionary impact on how we do business. And certainly consistent with the inclusion here of the conversation was grounded in the county's purpose to cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, et cetera. Don't forget, our mission statement in our current strategic plan says to deliver high-quality services to the residents of the County of Renfrew in an efficient and cost-effective manner. So I think even in terms of the utilization of AI, we're barely scratching the surface, and I mean even in the Fortune 500 companies. Off the top of my head, I just had suggested to the chief a little while ago when I was talking to him. As an example, I have no data to do this, and I know that there is a pretty sophisticated deployment model that our emergency services have. But I'm wondering if AI might say to you, you can have the same service and we can remove one ambulance from your fleet. I think that within Mr. Quaid's department, our long-term care homes, the implication, particularly for repetitive administrative tasks, those, and I say this understanding the impact to our community and to employees of the County of Renfrew, but this is going to have a significant impact on those repeated administrative tasks. So my only comment on this is a fantastic starting point. I do agree that, or I do assert that it is moving so fast that even on the next steps, I would highly recommend that perhaps even a working group be convened to accelerate this. And I think that it needs to be accelerated in two streams. One is precisely as is laid out here. What are going to be the guardrails, right? Because ultimately AI is self-learning. When you put stuff up there, it depends on how big the area it is, you don't own it anymore. You fed the beast. That is some of the data points that they're using to learn themselves. So ultimately the two channels is that we must have the guardrails, but we must identify how we can really meet that strategic of more cost effective and efficient, because I think that we cannot even conceive at this point without a focused conversation on where is this going to make a change. We're there. This is revolutionary, not evolutionary.
Okay, thank you. And I saw Whitewater.
Good, thank you, Chair. And I share the same thoughts about the revolutionary aspects of AI. I'm wondering, Chair, though, I have another concern. It's not directly related to the report, but there's an implication from the realization of what this is going to look like in the County of Renfrew in the days to come, and that is the infrastructure to support the future expansion of AI. I see the complications it's causing in the U.S. with the creation of data centers or the placement of data centers in communities. And I believe it would be worthwhile for us to look at, should we be taking steps in our official plan to shape where and what these data centers look like? The impact that I'm seeing about water supply and energy consumption and these other things. We have our class 1 and 2, 3 industrial parks. I don't know if that mold will continue to hold as we move forward into this new AI world. We know what's going to expand into our community. If a data center comes here, I'd rather be prepared for it and be able to support it being here, to support us using it. So I don't know if you need a resolution to that effect, but if necessary, I would put it on the floor that is something that we examine.
Mr. Kelly.
No, and thank you for the question through you, Chair. So it was addressed, certainly in our bit of a workshop throughout the day. We are lucky enough to have a climate change or climate intern who definitely made some of your points and more. That data centers are not environmentally friendly whatsoever. They are using a lot of energy, using a lot of land, and using a heck of a lot of water, fresh water. And in this area, when fresh water is depleting, this is a great place for them because we have the land and we have the water. And then what? But at the same time, we understand that there are proponents of data centers looking in Eastern Ontario for places to land them, and they're going to have to be strategically placed, and they're going to have great capacity as well. So that's something we'll watch. I don't think it requires a motion at this time. The official plan and local zoning bylaws will dictate where and when and how as they move forward.
Okay, thank you. Seeing, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. A member from Horton. I'd watched you earlier and then missed a hand.
My apologies for waving at you to get your attention. This is a fantastic report, and I am so happy to hear not only the interest and the approach. What I especially would be looking forward to as well is as the groups continue to see use cases where municipalities and townships are benefiting from any form of artificial intelligence or generative AI or efficiencies within the organization or enabling of our services, that we continue to share those with each other and really raise that bar for all of us. And I think, Craig, if I'm inferring from your comment on the group that that's exactly what they're doing. The only item that I would ask if we can look for further information is some of our townships and some of our residents especially are really limited in their ability to utilize AI because of the lack of internet service. It's very hard to leverage some of these tools when you can't actually get cell service or the internet through a provider. And I know that there's been a lot of broadband laid pipe in, for example, Horton Township, but it has not yet been connected to homes. So if that would be an area that we're able to find out more on, whether it's through EORN or otherwise, I would greatly appreciate having more information and more focus put on it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to add to that, that was a question I was going to ask, but I think Craig's already, or Mr. Kelly's already answered it, in terms of educating our public to be more comfortable using this. So I think we're going to have sessions in our local communities, in the small community centers, to take away the stigma that is associated with AI, because I think everybody, automatically, or a lot of people automatically go to that movie Robot, with Will Smith, where he had to kill everything. So I think it'd be, worth our while to go ahead and you may at some point end up forming, similar to Mr. Burke's tax group, you may end up forming an AI group with the local municipalities to keep them speeding along at the same speed as we are. And so we'll move to administrative, which number B, the administrative consent report on fuel strategy. Okay, and then we'll move to, a member from Amherst and Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Very timely, because I just within my farm business had a diesel fuel delivery just prior to the excursion war, select the box that's appropriate, in Iran. And I have got one again Tuesday. And that, over that period, that 2-week period, I'm seeing a 25% increase in my fuel costs. I don't know, even through perhaps Mr. Perkins, I don't know of any of the tenders that have already been awarded, and I think there's very few of the linear tenders, i.e. roadworks, that have been done. I don't know if they have a fuel surcharge, but based on that experience only in 2 weeks, that I think that we are likely to see, I don't know what the term horizon is, but I would suggest for at least the next month, we are going to see higher prices even than we have today. I am in fact going to inform my supplier that I will receive more fuels on demand, not on their rotation, only because of the uncertainty surrounding this. And on my most recent bill, they brought just under 2,000 liters at 30 cents a liter more than the previous fill. That is starting to add up into some dollars, and my usage is pretty small compared to the county of Renfrew. It's very timely to do this. I much appreciate it.
Okay. And Mr. Perkins?
Well, thank you, Chair, and through you to Council. Yes, the counties of Renfrew, when we do tenders for construction, we do have an escalating clause in our tenders for asphalt and fuel. We will not know the consequences until October. So actually just checking the rack price today is $1.60, so it's actually gone down 9 cents today. So it's very volatile, as you know. So we will not know the implications until October.
Supplementary?
I am suggesting that perhaps the President of the United States just this morning may have announced that they're near the end.
That's good. Yeah, good for him. Warden, please.
Thank you, Chair. And my only other comment was, we do have a hybrid vehicle that the county owns, and it should be, two. Sorry, I meant to say 2. And Craig and I, in fact, took one to Kingston for the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus last month. It worked very well. So utilizing those more as opposed to if somebody doesn't need a pickup truck. But I think that anything that we can do at this time, I'm horrified that I might need fuel in the next 2 days. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move to item C, which is the Corporate Services Consent Report on item number 1, Health and Safety and Wellness Initiatives. Okay, and number 2, Career Fairs. Number 3 is High School Co-op. Oh,
If you
sorry.
could just, 'cause I'm trying to scroll actually to
my
that
apologies.
page. So what page are we on? actually?
We are on page 18.
Thank you.
Okay, so item 1, which is health and safety. Item 2 is career fairs. Item 3 is high school co-op, which is, I'm so glad that we're supporting this and pushing forward with it. I think it's such a great way of attracting people to this sector. Item 4, employee recognition. Always glad to see this, and I hope your staff keep us informed about these all the time. Number 5, save the date, the 19th Annual Wardens Golf Tournament, which is on June the 19th at Whitetail. Always a good event, and I hope that Arm Prayer shows up again, Dan. And number 6, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Lynch.
Warden, thanks to last year's putting contest, we now have a putter for the champion for this year that we look forward against the CAO. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, and number 6, which is the delegated authority, and I see the member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just probably for Mr. Burke. I'm just kind of curious. Well, this has always been a preferential treatment, and I'm very happy with that treatment that not just the County of Renfrew, but the entire Renfrew Area Administrators Group. But I'm wondering, in this instance where there is a 5/100ths change, if the bank gave us to understand what changed that.
And Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. We were given to understand that we are on the small end of the client size they would like to see in this type of commercial arrangement, whether that was correct or simply the thing that they negotiate for us. But that was the driver behind it, was not that we had increased in demand or size, just that we're a smaller group for the type of arrangement that we have.
Okay, thank you. And supplementary?
Just as a follow-up, I anticipate, I have no way of knowing this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I anticipate that relative to all of the clients that BMO may deal with on this sort of establishment, we likely have not changed. I expect that relative to the clients that BMO deals with, we are probably unchanged from the last renewal, where in fact, I think that we formerly had this rate, and I think that we got a lower rate in the last negotiation. So it is an unfortunate thing, but I'm perceiving that this is a because they can.
Okay, thank you. So you've heard all of the items in the consent report. I'm just wondering, I'm going to call the vote now, unless there are any other comments or questions. All those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried, thank you. And we'll move to discussion reports. The CAO will overview the administration discussion report, which contains the delegated authority during the lame duck period. I'm going to ask for a mover and seconder once I read the recommendation. That the Corporate Services Committee recommend that County Council adopt a bylaw delegating to the CAO, Chief Administrative Officer, in the event the Council becomes restricted under Section 275 of the Municipal Act 2001, commonly referred to as the lame duck provision. The authority to A, appoint or remove from office any officer of the municipality, B, hire or dismiss any employee of the municipality, C, dispose of any real or personal property of the municipality having a value exceeding $50,000 at the time of disposal, and D, make any expenditure or incur any other liability which exceeds $50,000 for the period beginning after nomination day for the 2026 municipal election and continuing until the new council is sworn into office. And further, that the bylaw provides that such authority shall only be executed where the matter is necessary for the continuation of municipal operations and cannot reasonably be deferred until the new council assumes office. And further, that where practical, the chief administrative officer shall consult with the warden prior to exercising this authority. And further, that any actions taken under the delegated authority be reported to county council following the end of the restricted period. Can I have a mover, please? Member from North Algonah Wilberforce, second. Member from Laurentian Hills. And discussion, and we'll go to Mr. Kelly for background.
No, thank you, Chair. A lot of the background is in there. So we are entering that time of the term. Now, this is perhaps a bit earlier, but we thought we'd get it on the agenda to talk about in case it gets delayed by any means in March. Again, if we're in a situation where 25% of this council chooses not to run, so 5 members of council do not choose to run in the next election, that does put us in a lame duck situation as of August 22nd, essentially after nomination day. And there may or may not be decisions that need to be made between then and the time that the next council is sworn in, which is November 15th. November 15th is the end of this term. November 16th is the new council gets sworn in as of that day. So, yeah, so there may or may not be decisions that need to be made, and it is, I'll say, fairly typical or standard practice to delegate authorities to someone to move along those items. Now, we acknowledge that there is a delegated authority bylaw, but that delegated authority bylaw do not contain these items that are in this bylaw for your consideration today. I think I can answer any questions, Chair, should you have any.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much. Does council have the authority to pass this bylaw after nomination day? Because within this, and I'd have to, I didn't highlight anything, does this actually state that this authority is only granted if? Does that say that within this?
Yes, it does.
Kelly.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. That was the first question. The second, and this was the very last kind of information in support, the last paragraph. Much appreciate that. This will be the third election since I've come to this enterprise. This is the first I've seen that, and I'm very happy actually to see that. Those seem reasonable. But I'm 2 changes that I would like to see having added those things. This is to consult the warden. I'm uncertain where practical means. It doesn't seem like it would be a stretch. And in this instance, to consult is not to request. It is just to discuss with the warden. I can't see where the warden would be unavailable. Just to engage on something like that. So what I would like to see is that in the second last preamble, that where practical be removed. And finally, in the final preamble clause where it says following the end of the restricted period, is that ultimately after the election, or because I'm wondering, our delegated authority bylaw already requires that at the next meeting after the exercise of the authority, its exercise is made known. So as essentially the representatives of the folks who live and own property in the county of Renfrew, it doesn't seem unreasonable that when the authority is exercised, that at the next meeting following that, that it is made note of.
So, Mr. Kelly, the first point and then the second point.
The first point is up to you. Where practical was just a safeguard in case that did happen, in case the warden was not able to answer a phone or a text. But I'm fine with the removal of that. I'm sure that best efforts could be made for sure. The other part is that there's 2 dates, right? There's the August date and then there's the October date. So one would suggest that there is a date probably to the next council to say this is where, if there's a lame duck to the second piece, that I would report to that next term that this is where those delegated authorities were used.
Supplementary?
And that is what I perceived. I did not have a firm grasp on what the restricted period may specifically be referring to. But ultimately, it is this term of council that is granting the authority. It seems reasonable that it is these representatives of the people that are seated in the room now simply be advised. This is not in any way to abrogate from the delegation of this authority, if in fact we are in lame duck. Doesn't seem unreasonable that when the authority is exercised at the next available council meeting, information advising of the exercise seems reasonable, i.e. because it is potentially, if in fact the first period is in August, is that correct? So the authority could be exercised on the 28th day of August, and then it won't be made known until the new council is convened and sworn in November of the year. It would seem to me, prima facie, more reasonable that the council who is granting the authority is the council that would receive notification of its exercise.
Mr. Kelly, and could I also suggest that there would be one more council meeting after the election, so it might be, you might be able to then tie it into the council that's leaving the chambers in that last meeting in October. So
Yeah, there's a lot of what ifs, Chair, quite honestly. And so I'll back up to your first point. I think we've established a very good methodology for reporting delegated authority. I think it's working very well. And there are no issues to report it if and when necessary at the appropriate committee at any time that it's used. Should we be in that position, there may be a discussion around quite honestly, the point of having council meetings. If you were in lame duck after October 21st, if there are 5 or more members not returning, pardon me? August 21st. Sorry, did I say it? Yeah, August 21st, sorry. August 21st, on or after that day, if there's 5 or more members, you do not have, you're in a situation where a council meeting might be difficult to convene, because you're in a lame duck situation, so decisions get questioned a little more. Interestingly, that's all I'll say. It gets into that funny time of between that nomination day and election period, and then election period after October 26th. If you do or not have a lame duck, in your lame duck situation where you may not have, let's say, a quorum returning, then again you get into situations that I've seen in the past, not ours, in other councils, where they've chosen not to convene a meeting because they are in that situation of not having enough returning people to make a proper decision on behalf of the corporation. So there's all these little weird things. All that to say, we will report back to the next appropriate meeting that after, and I don't imagine these will happen, but after that action has been taken.
Supplementary and then Warden.
Thank you, and I'm assuming by appropriate it is, if it is something that is Public Works related, it would be the Public Works Committee. If it is health related, it would be the Health Committee, etc.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll consider those 2 words that were taken out after Warden as a friendly amendment, and then we'll just go to Warden's comments.
Thank you, Chair, through you. But although we couldn't make any heavy-duty decisions, let's pretend only 5 are not running. That still leaves 12 of us that could ostensibly be in this room and at least be given consent items just so we're in the know, which would include items under delegated authority. Yes?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Absolutely. You can still make big decisions, right? I'm just suggesting that sometimes councils feel that there's 8 of us not returning. They don't want to make those decisions. I'm not suggesting this will happen to this corporation, but those situations may arise, right? I would absolutely feel that this council will continue doing its job until the last day of November 14th or 15th.
Yep. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
And Mr. Bromley.
So if they're perceived as friendly, that's fine. I would be more than happy to move these amendments for the record and the minutes of this meeting.
Okay, we'll, after further consultation, we'll take a motion. Member from Mr. Bromley. Oh, I'm sorry, member from Petawawa? Oh, you're seconding. Got it. Okay, thank you. And
just if I could, so that the clerk is clear on the specifics of the resolution, or do you wish me to read them, or not read them, but say them?
There was a lot of willy-nilly hand waving.
Okay, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Is the words "where practical" are being removed from that second last paragraph?
Okay, thank you.
And to the second one, of course, at the next appropriate meeting.
Okay, thank you. So mover, seconder for those amendments. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And then we've had a mover and seconder, so for the motion as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. Next, we're going to have the Associate Director of People and Culture, and he's going to overview our corporate policies within the Corporate Services Department discussion report after I've read through it. That the Corporate Services Committee recommends to County Council the approval of the following corporate policies. A, Policy A-09, Misconduct in the Workplace. It's amended. B, Policy A9A, Workplace Violence and Harassment Prevention. It's amended. C, Policy A17, Professional Standards in Workplace Attire. It's amended. Policy G01, Occupational Health and Safety. It's amended. And Policy J06, Electric Vehicle EV Charging Stations. It's new. And that a bylaw to amend Bylaw 6303, being a bylaw to establish human resources, corporate policies, and procedures for the County of Renfrew be adopted. Could I get a mover, please? Member from North Laguna Wilberforce, second the warden. And for discussion, Mr. Belmore, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. So these policies are brought forward today in line with our annual review of policies, including Policy A09 and A09A, as well as G01, which require an annual review by legislation. So we've updated them and brought them forward to indicate that we're meeting that statutory obligation. We've also made some adjustments to Policy A09, including clear language and very explicit language outlining the county's expectations regarding employees engaging in relationships with residents, tenants, and clients. So those are the changes that you'll see in bold in Policy A09. Policy A09A is a total rewrite of our previous document. It's been updated to adhere to our new policy structure, including accessibility, language, and formatting. The amended policy reflects a modernized approach to managing workplace sexual violence and harassment prevention and ensures continued compliance with legislative updates. Policy A17, again, is a fully rewritten professional standards and workplace attire policy. This policy, again, has been put into our new structure, including accessible language and formatting. It also reflects a modernized approach to managing professional standards and workplace attire, and has been brought in line with the county's commitment to a respectful, inclusive, and professional workplace environment. Our approach is to balance professionalism with comfort, practicality, and individual expression, recognizing the diverse roles that we perform across the organization and the people that we serve. As I mentioned, G01 is just an annual review, and J06 is a new policy to recognize the fact that now at Renfrew County Place and here at the County Administration Building, we have electric vehicle charging stations, and it lays out clear rules for their use and governance of those systems.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns from members of council? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And now the Associate Director of Finance, our Treasurer, will overview the bylaws within the Corporate Services Department discussion report. The first recommendation is that the Corporate Services Committee recommends the county council adopt the bylaw to set tax ratios for county and lower tier purposes for the year 2026. Can I get a mover, please? Member from Arnprior, second by member from Kildoot Hagley Richards. And Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Chair. So with the passing of our budget, we, myself and Mr. Belmore, met with the treasurers earlier last week and reviewed our tax ratios. That is the mechanism by which we divide our tax bill amongst the various property tax classes, and determined that there was no appetite to make any adjustments. So with that, we present our tax ratio bylaw and our tax rates bylaw, and that will allow us to push that information into the provincial system to form part of your lower tier tax bills.
I'm sorry, I thought you were going to go through the slide deck. Is that still the?
Through you, Chair, I wasn't planning on it, but.
Okay. Are there any questions based on the slide deck and the information you have in front of you? The member from Amherst Bromley?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have engaged on this particular item, I think for perhaps 5 years now. That is the tax ratio, the small on-farm business tax class. There is excuse me, there has not been within the tax policy working group an appetite to incorporate that, though increasingly I am finding myself thinking that that is appropriate. If in fact one of the key aspirations of the County of Renfrew is to foster economic development, this is an avenue that is available to us. So with that, I would move that the small on-farm business tax class be incorporated into the County of Renfrew eligible tax rates.
And do you have a seconder for that? Member from Madawaska Valley is seconding it. So discussion?
I'll lead it off. So notwithstanding amongst Treasury staff across the County of Renfrew, there's an appetite for this. Once again, I return to this. It seems that this would be an opportune time. Often when we're looking at pros and cons of a tax class, it is how much of the burden would be shifted to the other tax classes on this. And in this instance, I think it seems to be naming about 6, Admaster, Bromley, Whitewater, LV, Naw, and Laurentian Hills. The Laurentians, Naw, AB, and Whitewater. It's a fairly small component of this time, but I think that it is eminently reasonable as we are trying to grow diversification in agriculture, that this is a small cost to be reallocated across all of the other tax classes, that now would seem to be an eminent time to incorporate this in. I will note that the previous small business, there is substantial reporting and compliance issues. I think it notes again here that there's only the 2 largest cities in the province that have in fact stood up this tax class because there is an onerous administrative burden to that tax class, where that does not seem to be applicable to the small on-farm business. Ultimately, that is the compulsion for my motion to amend.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Mr. Burke, do you have anything to add? And I see the member from I'll have the member from Petawawa go first then. Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. The $489,200 in current value assessment for these classes. And maybe this is for Mr. Burke, but how does that translate into the amount we would have to raise the rate to make up for that loss or change?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, and an excellent question. So it's we would have to work through the numbers, which is perhaps my first comment. If you go down this path, I may suggest that rather than try and amend the bylaw right now, that I be given the opportunity to take it away and rewrite a clean bylaw with the correct rates, just to make sure that I've got it right, and then we have a clean version of what we're approving. With that said, it is a nominal increase. There's, I believe, about $14 billion in assessment across the county of Renfrew. This is $400,000, so it's a small shift compared to the grand total. So I'm not sure that the existing property tax base, which is primarily residential, would notice that we've shifted that, though those 6 or 7 properties would definitely feel the reduction. That would be reduced by 1/4 their property tax bill on that applicable section of their property. In terms of administrative burden, again, I am uncertain what that is because it is the lower tiers that have to generate the bill, so that would be dependent upon their particular software. It's not something that I would have to do. It's not burdensome to me, for sure. I would say that we discussed this as well as other potential changes. The issue we come up with is not that we can't use our property tax to incentivize different decisions. We sure can. We could incentivize commercial growth by trying to lower our commercial ratios, industrial, farm, a number of things we could do. We're just uncertain about what we should do or what do we want to incentivize in the county. And that would be a decision that would come from county council, of course. And it could be, then we could take that and run with it and match it with, potential changes to planning and zoning to incentivize that, as well as economic development or marketing campaigns and things like that. If we're attempting to incentivize a particular class, we can certainly take that away and try and do that corporate-wide as opposed to just in the tax ratios. However, as I said, we're really uncertain about what we're attempting to incentivize. So in the absence of that, our policy has been to maintain the status quo, which is not necessarily a bad idea. To try and get everyone to pay more or less what they paid the year before has been our intention. And that has been what was recommended in the bylaw. Again, if you would like this, happy to do that, but would prefer to take away the bylaws and bring them back to another meeting.
So having said that, what kind of a timeline would that be for you to take it away and come back?
Through you, Chair, that could be done at the next meeting of Corporate Services. It's not difficult. I just want to make sure that we pass a clean bylaw with the correct rates on it would be preferred.
Okay, thank you. Member from Whitewater?
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. I'm agreeing to defer, if we could possibly defer this till we actually see the numbers. I'm also noting the comment that was put in the slide under affordable rental housing about reclassifying to exempt for Renfrew County housing, and would decreasing the affordable housing tax class, would it encourage more affordable housing? To me, it would send a very strategic message that this is a priority for us and something that we're willing to subsidize by reallocating tax dollars. If you would concur, I would ask that the Treasurer come back with a couple of different options to include what this might look like for affordable housing as well.
I'm more than happy to accept a motion to defer until the next meeting. Yourself as Whitewater, and I'm sorry, and the member.
A question, because I am more than happy, to be clear. But what Councillor Nicholson is saying is putting a second matter for consideration. I'm more than happy to defer, but perhaps a clear resolution on the investigation that Councillor Nicholson is suggesting might be appropriate to add to the mix of what we're deferring. Because right now, there is a motion on the floor that is explicitly and exclusively with the small on-farm business.
Yeah, I was going to get a seconder, and then thought that I was on the same wavelength and had heard him and was going to help him frame it. But so anyway, you go right ahead, please.
Yeah, it was just procedural. Because there's a motion on the floor, do I have to wait for that motion to be addressed before I can put a
No,
motion on?
you're asking for it to be deferred, the motion on the floor to be deferred until the next council meeting with the following options to be investigated as a new bylaw for the tax ratios and tax rates are formed.
Okay.
So you're looking for the a tax ratio a different tax ratio for affordable rental housing, and the member for Hamilton Bromley is looking for a different tax ratio for small on-farm businesses. So those are the two things that we're looking for with the new bylaw.
Okay, but I think we haven't voted on this bylaw, number one. And I think that if we're going to ask Daniel to bring us back information, to your point, Gary, I think that your ask was, what does this mean across predominantly the residential? And I think we'd like to, if we're asking for those numbers, that's fine. But this is what our treasurers group said was important out there. I just want to make that clear, number one. And we do have to get our information into the provincial system. We are going to put this off for a month. So I want to make...
Okay. My impression was it had to be in by March 31st, and I thought we were bringing it back to, and I misunderstood. My apologies. I misunderstood that the next meeting was in 2 weeks, so that's my fault.
No,
so,
it's after the deadline.
Right.
I think that if these were asks that they should have been asked prior, this is our 4th year. We know this tax ratio bylaw is coming. And the onus will be on Mr. Burke to bring back several different options at this point, including your two asks. So I just want to make it clear that we are going to have a special corporate services meeting at the end of March. That gives Daniel and his team 2 weeks. But we also have not voted whether or not there's the majority of us that want to keep this bylaw as it is. So I just want to make that clear. Like, we're
so,
sort of changing the rules on the fly here.
okay, but to my understanding, when you ask to defer, that supersedes a vote on the one that's on the floor.
Sorry, Chair, it does, but my bigger concern was, well, wait a minute, these have to be into OPTRA by March 31st. So there will be another committee meeting at the end of March, I guess.
Okay, so just to, member from Mr. Bromley, I see you, and yeah, we'll straighten it out. Okay, go ahead, please.
So I just wanted to address, so there is a resolution, the initial resolution that was before us, which says to me that this body has the authority to set the tax ratios. So if in fact we're now pressurizing Mr. Burke, then that process has to happen sooner. Otherwise, this is a rubber stamp, right? If in fact that we are pressurized that we shouldn't consider doing this because we're under the gun now and we have to have these in by the end of March, and yet they are put in front of us because we have the authority to approve them, this seems like it's the opportune time to give consideration to amending these. That I didn't see the tax policy working group presentation in February didn't give me an opportunity to address it then. I only had the opportunity to address it now when the presentation was not presented, but certainly is part of the package. That if in fact this is a concern, then I think that this should come sooner, lest there are at any future council a consideration of amending the tax policy working group. I think that there's a flaw in the process if there is any compunction for us, or any compulsion rather, for us to pass this today because of the deadline of the end of the month, then I think that this should have happened sooner.
Okay, so there's always a flaw in the process when I'm in charge of it, so I recognize that. Member from Armpire, and then Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Chair. To get this straight, we've had all our treasurers meet with Daniel to decide that this was the rates we were going to have. So if I was a resident in Armpire and I had an issue, I would take in my treasurer in Armpire, and the treasurer from Armpire would bring it to the working group for discussion. From there, it was be decided what's going to come to council. Given the opportunity that this council can change it, but my first opportunity was to go to my treasurer within the town of Armpire to make this thing happen. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment on the timeline of the process and any deadlines in. I'm not aware that there is a hard deadline in Opta at the end of the month. There is, however, the inability to produce your lower tier tax bills until we have this sorted. So that's the mechanical deadline. You cannot produce your bills until the county has entered all that information. In terms of why it's kind of sandwiched here in the middle of a busy time of year right before everything, is because it's in between your final tax billing and the county's approved budget. So once we have our budget, we can generate rates and get them out before the final tax billing. So that's why it sits sandwiched in this time period. There is additionally another meeting in the fall where we all get together, and happy to review everything then. The other comment I would make is that while the small on-farm tax rate is a very minor adjustment, the multi-residential adjustment has the potential to be significantly bigger and would be noticed by residents as an increase over and above the already existing increase. So well, that would be a very different discussion about what that would do to residential property tax rates, should you wish to look at that in some form. And that's where I'll leave that, is that's a very different and much larger pool of properties.
Okay. And member from Whitewater.
Sorry, just to clarify, multi-res is the same as affordable housing? You're using them one and one?
Through you, I would suggest to go into the weeds. The affordable housing property tax class is of very minimal value to the County of Renfrew. There's a very small pool of properties that would qualify, and most of them are owned by us. So there's really, it's just us reducing our own tax rates in a big circle. So if you wanted to incentivize more housing developments, that would be to look at the multi-res as a broad class. To see that would be the ideal.
Okay, so we have a motion to defer based on the two things that we're looking for information on. So, not seeing any further comment, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of deferring for the two aforementioned reasons, are you in favor?
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote, okay.
Councillor Donahue?
In favor.
Councillor Emo?
I'm in favor.
Councillor Giardini?
In favor.
Councillor Lynch?
In favor.
Councillor Mayville,
In favor.
Warden Murphy,
Opposed?
Councillor Nicholson,
In favor.
Councillor Service,
In favor.
Councillor Schulist,
In favor.
Councillor Watt,
Opposed.
Councillor Brose,
Opposed.
and Councillor Doncaster.
In favor.
I need you to turn your camera on.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize it was off. In favor.
Thank you. And the motion carries 9-3. I got him. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So, just a procedural question. Do we need to do the same thing for the 2026 tax rates bylaw, or is that assumed? That it's deferred as well? Because I think one affects the other. You can't assume?
No, just because the recommendation's in the report, I would say you would need to defer that one as well.
Okay, I would, if the committee is agreeable to this, could we have this referral, or sorry, a mover and seconder with the same language for deferral that just says tax rates bylaw instead of tax ratios bylaw? Can I get a mover? Mover Adamson Bromley, second. Armprior, please. And is there any discussion? Member from Amherst Bromley.
Might as well address this now. Based on Mr. Burke's comment that March 31st is not, like OPTA does not impose a deadline. The intent is to facilitate the distribution mailing of the final tax bills. It doesn't strike me that we likely need a special meeting of D&P, because the intent is that at this meeting in April, the committee would decide what we are doing. At the next meeting, the final meeting of April, council will endorse on that. Ultimately, is there a township in the room that has their final tax mailing in April or before May?
And Mr. Burke, I think you probably dictate the timing more than we would.
Through you, Chair, no, it's been many years since I've mailed out a tax bill, thankfully. I would say probably not. However, many of my colleagues at the lower tiers are very time sensitive, and it is somewhat of a process, especially should you choose to adopt new tax classes. There may be some implications software-wise. So I think perhaps what would be best is if 2 weeks from now, perhaps we could have this discussion in one of the other committees that happens to be convening. No.
No, I think as chair, I could call a special meeting for that same meeting, and then similar to one other discussion we had today, I can't remember if it was open or closed, we would have the corporate services meeting and then go back into council to pass it, so it would all be one day.
Or alternatively, the 2 weeks after that, it could be passed as well. It's just, a little bit faster than otherwise a full month's delay.
All right, so with your concurrence?
The clerk and I will work with you, Chair, to set up a meeting.
Perfect, thank you. So having heard all of that, is there any more comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried, thank you. And next is that the Corporate Services Committee recommends the County Council adopt the revised bylaw to establish and require payment of user fees and charges be adopted and that user fee bylaw 52-25 be repealed. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Mover, North Algonah Wilberforce, second, Whitewater. And discussion and background, please. I believe, Mr. Burke, is that you?
User fee bylaw.
Don't confuse me of all people. Thank you.
Apologies, committee. As the revised user fee bylaw is attached, so this is an annual process we go through or as needed, just to update our regular rates. There have been a couple changes, one of those recommended by DNP, and a few minor updates to go along with it. But other than that, it's primarily a housekeeping exercise.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. And can I get a mover and seconder that the discussion reports be received as presented? And the warden, second by member from Petawawa. Discussion. I'm sorry, member from Amherst Bromley.
I don't think they were received as presented. We just deferred.
Okay, so received as presented and discussed?
Or as amended.
As amended? Okay, and we'll add as amended after presented, please. Is that okay with the mover and seconder? Great, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried. Thank you. Are there any deferred reports? I don't see any. Are there any verbal reports or updates that require verbal reports? Seeing none. And I'll need a mover and seconder that pursuant to Section 239(2)K of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the Corporate Services Committee moved into a closed session to discuss a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and in brackets, it's Renfrew County District Health Unit. Can I have a mover, please? Member from North Algonah Wilberforce and the member from Laurentian Hills. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. We're in closed now as of 3:17 p.m. Thank you for your patience and waiting for us to come back out of closed. We received some information and direction was provided to staff regarding the Renfrew County District Health Unit. Is there any new business? Seeing none, could I get a mover and seconder, please, that this meeting be adjourned and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, April the 8th, 2026? Mover, please. Laurentian Hills, seconded by Madawaska Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Thank you very much. We are adjourned at 3:51. Thank you, everyone. Today's meetings are now over. Please enjoy the rest of your day.